right, and now to formally start this program, may we request the chairperson of the Department of Office Management Technology, Professor Josephine M. De La Isla, to give us an inspirational message. Good morning, ma'am.
Okay. So, magandang umaga po sa lahat. A pleasant day to everyone. So, I'm pleased to welcome you to the second day opening this important webinar entitled Research Symposium with the theme Collaborative Research Design for Innovation Towards a Better Normal. So let me start by thanking the committee headed by our Dean, Engineer Ramir Cruz, with the research coordinator Prof. Jose Marie Dipay, Chairperson President Ruiz, designees, faculty, staff, and students. We are very pleased to organize this webinar in collaboration with the such valuable partners. So the Research Extension Planning and Development and the Questronic Corporation, and look forward to our continued partnership. So ladies and gentlemen, during this webinar, you will acquire up-to-date information in research development, implementation, as well as recommendation to accelerate the transformative change in the respective area of specialization. So you will have a unique opportunity to exchange views, share experiences, and identify common strategies to integrate. And it is my hope that you will take advantage of this opportunity to come out with valuable recommendations and conclusion that will be beneficial to the beneficiary, researchers, and the future researchers. I look forward to open and constructive recommendation and wish most successful webinar to everyone. Congratulations to all presenters, and thank you to all reactors, mentors, and advisors. Your individual participation is very important. So, salamat po.
All right, thank you for that message, ma'am. And now to give us the overview of the research symposium, let's watch this.
The Institute of Technology aims to be the main institute that cleared the universities and country-made ways with alumni of high epistemic limit fit for doing thorough research that makes assurance in light of excellent conviction for technology. Also, the Institute of Technology commits itself to conduct basic applied and scientific researches that will provide basis that will contextualize prevailing knowledge in the different academic fields, and to conduct research that will provide data and information for administrative policy making in quality assurance key result areas, and also aim to develop new knowledge in the languages, information communication technology, livelihood education, management technology and engineering technology towards sustainable development. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines Institute of Technology organizational structure, spearheaded by the Dean, with laboratory head for each chairperson from Management Technology Department and Engineering Technology Department, alongside with its faculty and staffs. Department of Management Technology Research Agenda. In order to realize the department's research goals, it sets its direction to the following research agenda. Office Management Technology. 1. Legal Office Management. 2. Medical Office Management. Information Communication Technology. 1. Network and Security. 2. Computer Programming. 3. Web Development. 4. Computer System Servicing. 5. Computer Hardware Servicing. Department of Engineering Technology Research Agenda. In order to realize the department's research goals, it sets its direction to the following research agenda. 1. Information technology-related infrastructure projects such as power sources, especially on renewable energy sources. 2. Flood control and management. 3. Mechatronics. 4. Transportation technology. 5. Urban gardening. Which are the goals of computer engineering technology, electronics and communication engineering technology, electrical engineering technology, mechanical engineering technology, civil engineering technology, and railway engineering technology.
All right, so that is the overview of the research symposium from the previous years. And of course, this research symposium will not be possible without the expertise of our reactors for today. So let's call on Professor Sinaida Binoobra to introduce to us our reactors. Good morning, ma'am.
All right. So thank you very much, Sir Blaskino, for the introduction. Actually, our guest reactor for today is been my co, or rather my boss. So to start with, it is my great privilege to introduce our guest reactors for today's morning symposium.
Hi.
Mute lang. Ayun po. So, to introduce our guest reactor for today, our first reactor is Associate Professor Marilyn F. Isi. Is currently the campus director of the PUP Santa Maria, Bulacan campus, and formerly my department head of the secretarial department in the PUP Technical School, head of the scholarship, job placement, and library at the PUP Quezon City, and also an advisor of the Philippine Red Cross Quezon City chapter, and one of the research coordinator in the Office of the Vice President for Research, Extension, Planning, and Development, where her enthusiasm to engage in the national and international paper presentations, research, and publication challenge her horizon and ultimately motivates her to finish her dissertation for her Doctor of Philosophy in Education, major in Educational Management at the New Era University, Quezon City. Her loyalty to the university gives her inspiration to be more persevere and resilient in everything she accomplished. Assisting colleagues and students to reach their dreams and professional goals is one of her major accomplishments. She is also a board passer of the Professional Board for Educational Teachers. So again, let's welcome my former head of the Secretarial Department, Associate Professor Marilyn F. Isit.
Hi, Ma'am Bonaobra. Grabe namang introduction.
Siyempre, ma'am. Alam mo naman, ma'am.
Hindi ko makita yung mukha ko. Anyway.
Opo, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So, it is my privilege, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank
Opo.
you. Good morning. Also, it is my privilege being invited, first time in your research symposium. Of course, so sabi ko nga, kay Kumaring Jo, no, sa inyong head, sabi ko, hala, how can I resist? No, yung parang, yung dati nating boss, of course. I mean, yeah, my former, superior, no? Head, okay, at the technical school then. No, hindi pa siya ITech. So, nice to be back, of course, feeling at home pa din. Sabi ko, sige, parang hindi ko mahindian kahit parang sabi ko, ang daming trabaho, sabi ko. Pero ganun pa din. Hindi pa rin ako makatanggi. Siyempre, sa mga dati kong mga kasamahan at kumare at mga dati kong family, of course, no? Lahat-lahat kayo dyan. So, miss you and see you kahit virtual lang. Thank you and good morning to all.
Thank you
Thank
po.
you very much. Ang aking pong former superior, Ma'am Marilyn Isi po. Okay, so to continue, our second reactor, of course, sa lahat po ng mga nandito, alam na alam po natin, pag sinabi po natin itong second reactor natin, ay isa po sa ating pong kasamahan din po sa ating Institute of Technology. Okay, to introduce her, our second reactor is a regular grade school faculty from the Chiang Kai-shek College, located in Tondo, Manila. And of course, the president of the grade school faculty club of the Chiang Kai-shek College, and also our part-time faculty members of the PUP Institute of Technology. At the same time, our next reactor do have the different certificates, such as follows: National Certificate 3 in Event Management, National Certificate 2 in Computer System Servicing, National Certificate 2 in Computer Hardware Servicing, and a Classroom Management and Rubrics at the Rex Bookstore. She is also a graduate of the PUP Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Master in Educational Management, and also a graduate of Bachelor in Business Education, major in Business and Distributive Arts. Without further ado, may we call on our second guest reactor, Miss Natividad Esparas. So let's give her a round of applause. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning, ma'am, and good morning, students. Grabe introduction. Okay, so it is my privilege to be invited as reactor on this symposium. So kahit hindi ko alam gagawin ko, charos. Anyway, it's nice to see all of you, and like what Ms. Senaida Bonaobra said, since 1994, I've been a part-timer in Institute of Technology. So even if I'm a regular faculty on other school, I still love PUP. Alam nyo yan.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So again, I do hope that it will be a fruitful day, a session for this research symposium. And of course, good luck to all the presenters. Thank you.
Right. So thank you very much, ma'am. Okay po. Before we proceed with the presentation of the different researches, of course, let me inform our reactors, guest reactors, and the students to look at the guidelines of the Symposium 2021 evaluation sheet. So you have there the presentation, 40%. In the presentation, the following are the criteria: presentation, style of presentation or oral articulation is 20%, ability to answer question, mastery of the topic, 20%. Okay. Number 2, manuscripts, 60%. Contribution to the field of specialization, discipline, theory testing for thesis theory building for dissertation application applicability is 10%. Substance and content, logical organization, accuracy of the research process, accuracy and relevance of works, cited depth of discussion, 10%, paper content, the problem and its background, review of related literature, methodology, presentation, analysis, and interpretation of data, results and discussion, 40%. So with a total of 100%. So I would like to remind our guest reactors before we proceed na ang ating pong pagbibigay po ng evaluation ay pagkatapos po ng bawat section po, mga ma'am. So, after po ng tatlong magpe-present, so magkakaroon po tayo ng open forum and you are given 2 questions para po sa bawat group na magpe-present po. So, yun po ang ating guidelines. Okay po. So, let's proceed with the presentation of the researches. To introduce our first presenters from LOMP31, may I call on Professor Nympha Del Rosario. So let's give her a round of applause or a virtual applause.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning to our reactors, the advisors, and the faculty members that is around with us, and especially our presenters. For the first presenter is titled On the Job Evaluation and the Preferred Qualities of First-Time Job Seekers as Perceived by HR Manager. The presenters are Daniel Joy Brizuela, Patricia Ann Katahan, Mary Ruiz L. Silada, Miracle D. Hain, Kristen Jules Magno, and Joanne Take it away. Right now. Okay, Miracle, you can start now.
Good morning, everyone, to all the participants, faculty members, and reactors for the day 2 of our research symposium with the theme Collaborative Research Design for Innovation Towards a Better Normal. So I am Miracle Haen from Legal Office Management, Section 2-1, and together with my groupmates, we will be presenting our research titled On the Job Training Evaluation and the Preferred Qualities of First-Time Job Seekers as Perceived by HR Managers. So about the proponents, we are students from Diploma in Legal Office Management Technology under the specialization of Legal Office Management Section 3-1 of the Institute of Technology. This course prepares us for the career in a corporate world, particularly in a legal or medical field. We have come up with this type of research because as a student, we already have undergone training or OJT, and it was a challenge for us to be faced in a corporate world at an early stage. This research allows us not only to enhance and foster our skills and capabilities, but also
Nawala ang audio mo, nak. Miss Miracle, ayan.
But also to nourish the qualities or soft skills that employers seek for their candidates. So for our presentation outline, we have introduction, conceptual framework, scopes and limitation, significance of study, method of research, and results and discussion. With the current expansion in the world economy and the rapid evolution of innovation and technology, businesses and organizations face a continuing need for the employee learning and development. In the current generation, many employers tend to change the recruitment and routine strategies for their candidates. Some employers provide on-the-job training to their candidates to see how well they can fit into the professional role. Employability for an individual may depend on their knowledge, skills, and qualities they possess and how they can use those assets to present themselves to the employers. It is developed over time and not just relevant to the success of the organization, but to the development and success through one's working life, may it be someone who is employed or those who seek to be employed. The main objective of this study was to determine the preferred qualities of human resource managers to first-time job seekers. To further discuss our introduction and the conceptual framework, it will be discussed by Ms. Brizuela.
Good morning, everyone. For the introduction, with the current expansion of the world economy and the rapid evolution of innovation and technology, business and organizations face a continuing need for employee learning and development. In the current generation, many employers tend to change their recruitment and routine strategies for their candidates. Some employers provide on-the-job training to their candidates to see how they can fit into the professional role. Employability for an individual may depend on their knowledge, skills, and qualities they possess and how they use those assets to present themselves to employers. It is developed over time and are not just relevant to success within the organization, but to development and success throughout one's working life. May it be someone who is employed also to those who seek to be employed. Subsequently, the main objective of this study was to determine the preferred qualities of human resource managers to first-time job seekers. And for the conceptual framework, we use the IPO or input process output. For the input, the levels of the on-the-job training evaluations of legal office management to one and the preferred qualities of HR managers. For the process, the researchers will gather information through conducting questionnaires to the HR managers. And for the output, it talks about on-the-job evaluation and the preferred qualities of first-time job seekers as perceived by HR managers, and of course, the feedback. For the statement of the problem, it will be discussed by Mary Ruiz Celada.
For the continuation of the introduction, scope and limitations. The coverage of the study are the human resource managers from different companies in Metro Manila, where legal office management section 2.1 performed their on-the-job training. Knowing the preferred qualities of human resource managers, the first-time job seekers, respondents are only section 2.1 of legal office management. Other departments are not included in the study, including other staffs and personnel. Significance of the study. This study will be beneficial to the following. First, to the learners. The findings of the study may serve as a tool to identify what kind of qualities is beneficial to the company and their OJT journey. Next is to the teachers. The study may be reminders for the responsibility and mindfulness in shaping students' personalities and enhancing their qualities, as it may have either a positive or a negative effect in the job seeking process. And of course, the job seekers. This research will be given to the job seekers the insight on what qualities HR managers prefer and to further enhance their qualities, their skills and capabilities towards their desired profession. And last, of course, the future researchers. Those who wish to gather more information and knowledge in this field of study may use this research as a reference and as a basis in their conduct of their own research. The method of research will be discussed by Ms. Magno.
Method of research. We use a descriptive method designed to achieve the objectives and so that we can easily get the necessary data. The approach that we use is quantitative research, which focuses on objective measurements and on statistical or numerical analysis of the data through survey, questionnaires, or polls. Next. In research instrument, we presented a recruitment questionnaire as the tool for human resources managers to collect the necessary data needed because our main goal in our research is to know the preferred qualities of human resources managers. The questionnaire is composed of 8 items that answers what are the preferred qualities of the HR managers and their process of recruitment. We conducted the questionnaire for 5 days from February 17 to February 21, 2020. Next is results and discussion to be discussed by Ms. Katahan.
This is the data gathered to answer the research problem on what are the preferred qualities of HR managers. This is the table of HR. This is the summarized evaluation of HR managers on OJTs of legal office management. Next, please. The findings. The performance of OJTs of legal office management section 2.1 were 1 or excellent in terms of data encoding, data controlling, computer operator, computation, general clerical, and other skills in terms of their skill performance. 1.2 are very satisfactory in expressing themselves, following directions, taking criticism in terms of interpersonal ability. 1.2 are very satisfactory in conduct and punctuality in terms of personal traits, and 1.3 are satisfactory in using computers and meeting people in terms of business techniques. The preferred qualities of HR managers to first-time job seekers, 14% or 14 or 61% revealed that being flexible is the quality they seek towards first-time job seekers. While the preferred skills or knowledge, 12 or 57% of the respondents have chosen that both problem-solving capacity and technology skills are their preferred skills to first-time job seekers.
Yeah.
For the conclusion, we have Miss Joanna Opiel.
Miss Okbian, naka-mute ka po.
So based on the summary of findings, the conclusions are the evaluation of human resource managers on OJTs of legal office management was mostly 1.2 or very satisfactory, and most of the human resource managers had the same preferred qualities and skills when it comes to first-time job seekers. So for the recommendation, the PUP administration should conduct tests and programs about personal qualities that would challenge the students in enhancing the good qualities in content area or major subjects with available resources. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines Institute of Technology members should be aware of the importance of preferred qualities of students as perceived by human resource managers, and they should attend seminars or other activities to know the qualities of first-time job seekers needed by HR managers. Office management teachers should improve their soft skills, the combination of personality traits, behaviors, and social attitudes that allow people to communicate effectively, collaborate, and successfully manage conflict, techniques to make them easily connected to management courses. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines Institute of Technology students should be evaluated according to other management's evaluation to confirm if reluctant to include skills trainings in the curriculum of management courses and provide the needed activities or programs. The HR managers or employers of the company should give importance to the soft skills needed in the workplace as much as the hard skills needed for the job field. A similar study could be undertaken but with a wide range of respondents with different fields of work in order to know what qualities are needed in various companies and if these qualities have any impact towards their job performance. And lastly, the future researchers and the PUP ITech students could use this study as reference for the future studies. So once again, thank you for listening, and we are from LOMT 31.
All right. So thank you very much for the presenters of the group 1. So before we proceed, of course, again, our second presenters would be introduced by Professor Nympha Del Rosario. Ma'am Nympha, for the
Okay, again, for the second group, the title is Most Preferred and Effective Advertising Techniques as Perceived by PUP Students. This is a combination of the students in Santa Mesa and here in ITech. Okay, the presenters are John Wilmer Bautista, Jomar Sidro, Pauline Fiel, Carmela Julia Yarena.
Hello. Ma'am, are you there? All right, so
can you hear me? Am I loud and clear for the names of the presenter?
Yan, ma'am. Okay na po yung
Okay.
ma'am. Go ahead.
April Rose Simumbing and Ira May Sanuan. They are the presenters for the most preferred and effective advertising techniques as perceived by PUP students. Okay, take now your floor.
Again, good morning, everyone. We are the second representative from the Legal Office Management Section 3-1, and we are here to present a research paper titled Most Preferred and Effective Advertising Techniques as Perceived by PUP Students. Following the outline of the presentation outline, first introduction, next statement of the problem, scope and limitation, significance of the study, research instrument, diagrams, and last the result and discussion. So to give you a little background about the proponents are third-year students of Legal Office Management, namely John Wilmer Bautista, Jomar Cedro, Pauline Piel, Carmela Julia Llarena, April Rose Monding, and Ira May San Juan. Two of them are currently working towards studying. Mr. Bautista is a restaurant team leader, while Mr. Cedro is a customer service associate. The other members are focused mainly on their studies, but also aspire to become an employee. Together, they formulated and come up with the title of the research and collaborated with all the gathered data to arrive in the conclusions and findings that will later be discussed. So to formally begin, research papers are called due to existing problems with the hope of finding solutions through the research of data. So in our research, the advertising industry continues to keep up with today's competition in making advertisements attractive and appealing for the consumers. Every business spends lots of money for advertising their products, but the money spent will lead to success only when the best techniques of advertising are used for the product. Next, following this, the main objective of this study was to identify the most preferred and effective advertisement technique for the legal office management and Bachelor in Advertising and Public Relations sophomore students of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. The legal office management students will serve as the perspective of the consumers, while the Bachelor in Advertising and Public Relations sophomore students will serve as the professional's perspective. So to continue the discussion, I would like to call the attention of Ms. Pauline Pierre.
Thank you, Ms. Julia. So let's proceed now to statement of the problem. This study was conducted to determine the significance difference between the most preferred and effective advertisement techniques as perceived by the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Institute of Technology sophomores. It sought to the answer of the following questions. What are those? First is, what is the demographic profile of the respondents in terms of age and gender? Second is, what are the most preferred advertisement techniques by the legal office management students? Third is, what are the most effective advertisement techniques by the advertising and public relations students? And lastly, the answer to the question of hypothesis. If there is any significance difference between the most preferred and effective advertisement techniques when they are grouped according to age and gender. So now let's proceed to scope and limitation of the study. So the respondents of the study is divided into two groups. The consumer, which are represented by the legal office management students and are composed of a total number of 163. The professional, which are represented by the Bachelor in Advertising and Public Relations students and are composed of a total number of 195. Overall, the sample size will be the summation of all which is 358 respondents. The respondents then will be also divided into their gender, which will be known through the preferred questionnaires. In addition, ages of the respondents will also be included as part of knowing their demographic profile. So we have chosen PUP Institute of Technology and Bachelor in Advertising and Public Relations as the focus of the study. For the reason of it is aligned to their courses and it will be helpful for the researchers to gather data that is related to the study. So now I would like to call Mr. John Wilmer Bautista to discuss furthermore information about this study. Mr. Bautista, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Piel. For the significance of the study, this study will be beneficial to the following. Number one, advertising businesses. This study will be a great help to the advertising businesses and how they will create and how they formulate their advertisements to become more effective and persuasive to the viewers to convince them to patronize the products and have good results of sales. Next will be consumers. It will help consumers or customers literally to think critically and practically in patronizing the products based on how effective the advertisements are used by the seller. Next will be the PUP administration. This will help evaluate students on how knowledgeable they are in examining the effectiveness of advertising techniques. Next will be to the advertising and marketing professors. They can use this research as the basis on how they teach their students in examining the effectiveness of advertisements to help them to be competitive and creative advertisers in their future careers. Next will be the advertising and marketing students. It will enhance the knowledge of the students and how they will examine and create effective advertising techniques that can help them in the path that they want to take. Next will be the future business advertisers. This research will help them to become an innovative and creative advertisers and salesmen in the future by knowing the consumer's preferable techniques and in advertisements. And lastly, but not the least, for the future researchers, it may be used as the source of knowledge and reference that will help them to make useful and essential research for the next generation. Next slide, please. For the research instrument, the research instrument used in the study was a questionnaire that will allow the researchers to collect hold on, all relative data. It is a researcher-made tool that was selected to serve as the main data gathering instrument composed of the respondents' demographic profile and advertising technique statements. The itemized statements were constructed opposite to all 13 advertisement techniques. After the draft was presented and approved by the advisor, the researchers conducted questionnaire tryouts on 358 respondents. The first time researchers supervised tryouts of the questionnaire was on February 11, the next day on February 12, the third day on February 13, and the fourth day on February 14, and then the last day, which is on February 15. These were done in 5 days, considering the possibilities such as respondents' days of class schedules and gathering of more reliable data. The total number of statements used in the questionnaire is 65 items. This was approved by the evaluation committee after validating its derivation of measuring advertising effectiveness from yourarticlelibrary.com, which researchers made a basis with regards to the method used in measuring. The accuracy of interval per level was validated and then systemized into 5 scales. Next, conceptual framework will be discussed by Ms. Ira Sandoval. Ms. Ira, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bautista. Good day, everyone. I will discuss our conceptual framework. And in this part of our study, we researchers have chosen significantly the use of general systems theory by Ludwig van Bertalanffy as a basis of our conceptual framework. All right, we will start on the respondents' feedback, which took place in subsystem outside the entire system, as you can see in the diagram. Through feedback, input and first box are gathered, which contains information resources such as respondents' demographic profile in terms of age, gender, and their respective courses. Then it went through process with our self-made questionnaires, distribution, data analysis, data tabulation, and data evaluation, which led to an outcome to determine the difference between the most preferred and effective advertising techniques of legal office management and bachelor in advertising and public relations students. Then again, this will provide feedback. Going back to the subsystem where respondents could make use of our study's outcome. Next slide, please. Moving forward to the result and discussion, here are the study summary of findings. When they are grouped according to age, the number of the respondents from legal office management students were a total of 3 for 18 years old, 48 in total of 19 years old, 93 in total of 20 years old, 14 in total of 21 years old, one each to both 22 and 24 years old, and three in total of 23 years old, while the number of respondents from Bachelor in Advertising and Public Relations students were a total of 19 for 18 years old, 46 in total of 19 years old, 89 total of 20 years old, 35 in total of 21 years old, and three each to both 22 and 25 years old. All right. On the other hand, when they are grouped according to gender, the number of the respondents from legal office management students were 44 male and 119 female students, while on bachelor in advertising and public relations students, the number of male students is 65 and a total of 130 female students. Next slide, please. All right, and for our study summary of findings between the most preferred and effective advertising technique, if you have already noticed, the students almost chose all of the advertising techniques. However, if you will just look closely, complementing the customer got the highest computed weighted mean of 3.75 based on the legal office management students. And why? We researchers found that it may be by the fact that compliments, especially sincere ones, can help develop trust towards the customer. Now, for those who may wonder what kind of advertising technique is complimenting the customer, this is what the advertisers make use of taglines which complements their potential customer to buy their products. I don't know if you're familiar with L'Oreal's tagline that says "because you're worth it," and that's one great example. All right, moving forward to the next slide. As for the Bachelor in Advertising and Public Relations students, all of the advertising technique have been considered as highly effective. However, based on the data, the advertising technique who got the highest computed weighted mean of 3.96 is questioning the customer. We researchers have interpreted this by the fact that consumers can actively participate, and through that engagement, advertisers can easily attract and target customers' attention and make them notice the product they would offer. To further discuss the next topic, I would like to ask Mr. Cedros' attention. You may now speak. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Miss Ira, for that introduction. So, in addition, on the significant difference between the most preferred and effective advertising techniques when grouped according to gender, there is a significant difference between the male respondents. So as you can see on the table, the male from legal office management selected complementing the customers rather, with the computed weighted mean of 3.85, while the male respondents from advertising relation selected patriotic advertising, which with the computed weighted mean of 4.9. And for the next slide, yes, thank you. On the other hand, there is no significant difference between female respondents of legal office management and advertising public relation because they both selected the facts and statistics with the computed weighted mean of 3.68 from legal office management female respondents and a weighted mean of 3.92 on advertising and public relation female respondents. And to continue for the next slide, yeah. The result and discussion conclusion. Based on the overall results of the data of the respondents, the two most preferred and effective advertising techniques were complementing the customers and questioning the customers. So yeah, there was a significant difference between the respondents' most preferred and effective advertising techniques, which meant that respondents have different opinions and preference on the advertisement of the products that they choose to buy, and they have all different views on how they prefer and on how they think an advertisement can be considered as an effective one. So to continue the discussion, may I call on April Rose Wunding? The floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Jomar Cedro. Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm April Rose Munding, and I will discuss our recommendation based on the result of our research for the future studies and works. The first one is advertising businesses. They should be more critical and considerate in formulating their advertisements to become more effective and persuasive to the viewers to convince them to patronize the products and have good results of sales. The next one is consumers. They should be more practical and critical in patronizing the products based on how effective the advertisements are used by the seller. Next slide, please. Thank you. The next one, the PUP administration. They should have a consistent evaluation of students' knowledge and performance regarding their subjects and evaluate the programs and policies in improving the students' proficiency in content area or major subjects considering the available materials and resources. The next is advertising and marketing professors. They should continue to develop different techniques and approaches on how they will teach students how to properly and effectively evaluate advertisements to help them be competitive and creative advertisers in their future careers. Thank you. The last one is the advertising and marketing students. They should continue to enhance their knowledge on how they will examine and create effective advertisement techniques that can help them in formulating consumer-based advertisement that may lead them to their successful path in the future. As we can see, almost everyone can benefit from the study because we are all consumers who patronize various products for our needs and wants, which are all being advertised through different techniques where we should be critical in checking to ensure or to still observe the quality of a certain product. So for now, I would like to call the attention of Ms. Julia Lorena for the continuation of this topic. Ms. Julia, you may speak now.
Thank you, Ms. April. So to continue, future business advertisers should be creative and innovative advertisers and salesmen in the future by knowing the consumer's preferable techniques in advertisements and how to effectively apply them in the advertisements that they will be making. Future educational researchers and students with related courses could use this study as a reference for their future studies. And lastly, a parallel study could be made to verify the result that the use of advertisement techniques helps in improving advertisements' effectiveness, which leads to consumers patronizing the products being advertised. So apart from being a consumer and professionals who are expert in the field of advertising can find this study helpful for them because they can use it as a guide in creating and formulating future advertisements for their products and use top techniques selected by the respondents in order to appeal to their target audience more. So that would be all. Thank you very much for listening.
All right. Thank you very much. Nakakatuwa naman itong mga estudyante ko na to, di ba? So, it's glad to see you na kayo po ay nandito ngayon para sa ating research symposium. So, again, congratulations to the second presenter from LOMT31. To continue, of course, again, I would like to call Professor Nympha Del Rosario to introduce the third presenter. Ma'am Nympha, please. Thank you po.
Again, the third presenter for LOMT31 is a qualitative research customer claims and the adjustments made by Shopee online sellers. The presenters are Ana Rose Austria, Ana Alia Baluyo, Joseph Alois de la Cruz, Paul Christian Mangalindan, Patricia Marinelia Pico, and John Wilbert Solis. Take the floor, please.
All right. Good morning, everyone, as well as to our reactors. Before we officially start our presentation, let me introduce myself. I am Joseph Alois de la Cruz, and I am one of the proponents of the study from LOMT 31. Together with my fellow researchers, Ms. Ana Rose Austria, Ms. Ana Alea Baluyo, Mr. Paul Christian Mangalindan, Ms. Patricia Marianela Rico, and Mr. June Wilbert Solis. Our study is entitled A Qualitative Research on Customer Claims and the Adjustments Made by Shopee Online Sellers. The researches and information in this study pertaining to the common customer claims and adjustments made by selected online sellers. The proponents decided to conduct a study about this topic in order to determine the efficiency of online sellers in handling their customer claims through implementing adjustments. This study is very ideal for all of us, especially during this time of pandemic where most of us are staying at home and buying products and necessities through online applications. For the proponents of this study are third-year college students from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Institute of Technology, taking up Legal Office Management Technology. All the proponents resides within the 17 surrounding cities that make up the Metro Manila area, and we're a diverse group of people with active participation in extracurricular activities and being school achievers. They are all technology literate and are active users of online media. Tasks are equally disseminated among the proponents of this study. At this juncture, may I call on Ms. Ana Rose Austria for the introduction of our study.
Thank you, Mr. De La Cruz, and good morning to everyone. The communication through internet technologies escalates. It became bridge to unforeseen medium of business. This refinement is attained by instituting concept of operations and initiating closing relationship with customers. Addressing customer common claims is achieved with well-executed adjustments. Subsequently, the main objective of this study was to determine the efficiency of online sellers in handling their customers' common claims through implementing adjustments. To discuss our statement of the problem and scope and limitation, may I call on Ms. Ana Alia Baluyo.
Thank you, Ms. Austria. From statement of the problem, this study specially ought to answer the following question. We have three questions. First is, what are the common customer claims received by seller? Second is, what are the common adjustments implemented by the seller for the customer satisfaction? Third, how does the seller address the claim through adjustment? Next. Next slide, please. Yan. For the scope and limitation, the study focused on the determination of any significant relationship between the customer common claims and the seller handling claims through implementation of adjustment. The respondents of the study are 5 selected online sellers residing in Metro Manila. Suppliers and resellers are not included in the studies. And for the discussion of significance of the study, may I call on Paul Mangalindan.
For the continuation of the study, the significant studies are the sellers, customers, business person, future researchers. So, to the sellers, this study will help and give them idea on how other sellers online addresses common claims of buyers through adjustment. Also, it served them a guide on how to formulate certain adjustments to provide customer satisfaction. In addition, this will uplift their efficient and effective selling performance online. Next, to the customers, this study will help provide them knowledge on how to on how to manage their expectation when it comes to buying products online. Other customer complaints will give them an idea on what factor to put onto consideration when purchasing items online. Next, to the business person. This study will help them utilize their market perspective. This will serve them or their guide on what to expect in the online world of business and to strategize effectively the market their products or business online. And lastly, to the future researchers, this study will be a basis for future parallel study. On to the next topic. Now, may I call Mr. Joseph De La Cruz to read the next topic. The floor is yours, Mr. De La Cruz.
For the research instrument, the researchers conducted an online interview on selected online Shopee sellers using Facebook Messenger application. The randomly selected online sellers resides around Metro Manila with customers all over the country. The researchers interviewed 5 randomly online sellers and was oriented first about the study before proceeding to the interview. The researchers that primarily seek to answer the adjustments executed by online sellers on their customers' common claims, formulated guide questions, and was documented. The data accumulated was then analyzed and interpreted. The information gathered by the proponents of the study was documented using screenshots of the conversation and was transcribed to analyze the different customer claims and adjustments of online sellers. The analyzed data was presented using a matrix to present the responses of the instruments in the different customer claims that they have experienced. So right now, as you can see on your screens, the diagram of our conceptual framework. The figure shows a conceptual model and the online sellers' handling of customers' common claims through implementation of adjustments. For the input, common customer claims received by informants, common adjustments implemented by the informants for customer satisfaction, and informants addressing claims through adjustments. For the process, development of interview guide questions, conducting the interview, presentation of data, analysis of data, and interpretation of data. For the output, online sellers handling of customers' common claims through implementation of adjustments. So, technically speaking, consumers' responses or feedback and satisfaction with your product has a big impact in your business. Therefore, it is important to make the issue under control and handle different claims in the most calm and decent way. Sellers cannot control the situations like having complaints with the customers, but sellers must not let her emotions take charge of the situation and continue to be polite even if the customers are hostile about their complaints. Always start with apologizing and remove customer suspicion by making them understand that the problem can be solved by discussing it calmly. This is where the adjustments can be made through offering solutions such as offering refund or discounts. Problems require special measures to be made in order to present the customer in making negative comments about the seller on the product and still give a positive shopping experience. In addition to that, to the conceptual paradigm of our study, the independent variable which contains the adjustments implemented by informants, and the dependent variable which contains the common claims of customers. There may be a connection between the two to signify the possibility of a direct, significant, positive, or negative relationship between the two variables. At this time, may I call on Mr. June Wilbert Solis for the summary of findings.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. Next slide, please. For the results and discussions, findings, number one is the most common customers claims received by online sellers are damaged product, delivery time, and wrong product. Next. Number two, the dominant adjustment that online sellers commonly use to meet their customer satisfaction is doing refund. And number three, in handling common customers common claims through adjustments, online sellers are giving their customers discounts. And for the conclusion and recommendation, may I call Rico Patricia?
Thank you, Mr. Jun Wilbert Solis. And now for the conclusion of the studies under the results and discussion. First is that most of the customers' common claims were damaged product, delivery time, and wrong product. And then for number two, the researchers found out that adjustments made by online sellers in handling their customers' common claims are doing refund and giving discount. And number three, online sellers meet their customer satisfaction in handling common claims through adjustment. And now for the recommendations of the study. First is that online sellers should consider putting a chatbot or the generated chat on their online selling account to attend customers' queries even if they are off chat. Number two, customers should only navigate websites of reliable sellers only. They should also manage their expectations and always consider the descriptions of the product they wish to purchase. Number three, business persons should integrate policies, terms, and conditions in their marketing strategy that will benefit both the sellers and the customers. And the last one, a parallel study could be conducted and may use this research as a reference. Again, our study is about the customer claims, a qualitative research, customer claims and the adjustments made by Shopee online sellers. That's all. Thank you.
Right. So thank you very much sa ating pong first group presenters under ng LOMT 31. So congratulations guys. Now, so before we proceed, okay po. Before we proceed with the open forum, of course, I would like to recognize the presence of our Dean, Engineer Ramir M. Cruz, together with Dr. John Harold Malonzo. Good morning po, sirs.
Good morning po.
Ayan po. So, sir, we would like to invite our Dean to give us a message before we proceed with the open forum. Okay po. Let's give him a virtual applause po, ang ating pong Dean. Sir?
Yes po. Good morning po sa lahat. Welcome to the second day of our symposium, Institute of Technology Symposium. I was listening a while ago and I would like to commend yung ating mga presenters for this kind of presentation. Para ako nanonood ng presentation ng mga master students. Napaka husay po nung pagkakapresent. So I would also like to thank and congratulate their advisors for guiding your students na maging ganito sila kahusay. Hindi lang sa pagpe-present, kundi pati doon sa content po ng kanilang mga papers. So I would like to tell everybody that we should continue supporting our students, and we must strive harder pa to so that our researches would not go in vain, of course, at magamit natin ito. Again, sabi nga natin, our researches must be used to solve the many community problems that we are facing right now. Hindi lang po pang academic yung goal natin. We do not want our research papers or our research productions to become dormant papers na makikita lang natin sa mga shelves natin dyan. But we want these papers to be used by our communities, at yun nga, we want these papers to be implemented sa ating mga partner communities. Maraming salamat po. And congratulations.
All right. So maraming salamat po, sir, or sa ating mahal na dekano, in spite of the fact na napaka-busy po niya ay nandito pa rin siya to support our event for today. So to continue, of course, nandito na po tayo sa tinatawag po natin na open forum. So I would like to call the attention of our reactors para po magtanong po sa ating first presenter, ang Group 1 po, with the leadership of Ms. Haen. So let's start with Associate Professor Marilyn Isip. Go ahead po, ma'am.
Professor Reverend Cruz, good morning po, Dean. Okay. Ma'am, na over, can we flash again the first?
Okay po. Lester, paki-flash po yung topic nung first, presenter, Lester. Yung first, ayan. Ayan po. No, yung first. Yan.
Okay. So, it is about the OJT. No? Bruce, parang nasa MA. Nasa masteral ba tayo?
Actually,
yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yan ang produkto ma'am natin, ma'am.
Wow. So,
ma'am, medyo may problema po yata yung or ako po yung may problema yung sound.
Yung audio ni ma'am.
Opo, may problema po yung audio nyo, ma'am Isip.
Oo, kasi muna, pag umuulan, malinaw na ba?
Ayan, ma'am. Yan malinaw po.
Ayan, alam mo naman pag umuulan, di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Grabe, okay. So, again, no, tayo. So, I agree with them. So, I would like to comment. So, bibigyan ko yan ng heart, no? Heart yung ating. Siyempre, si Ma'am Denise na person of the department, right? Sa office management or the
Yes,
ITech.
ma'am.
Yeah. Si Sir D5 din. Nako, kasamahan ko yan. Si Baby D.
Yes, ma'am.
Bata namin, FR or faculty coordinator or FC, no? Pero, performing. Okay, so congratulations po, sir. And of course to you, Ma'am Bonoon. Yan sila, Ate Limpa. Naku, nice.
Thank you.
Tita Ed. And si Sir Leopardo. No, hello, mga similar faces, of course, familiar. Familiar faces. At saka syempre, yung co-reactor ko, si Professor Nati. Yes. Hindi ko na sila nakikita. Hi, ma'am. Hello, everyone. Okay, so again, I would like to congratulate your students, for very organized presentation on their research topic, no, and how they how organized, no, they are in presenting. So they introduce so of course, congratulations, topic. And parang ang OJT evaluation kasi is parang tracer, no? Study. Sa OJT kasi, kailangan din na assess siya or to assess din kung yung ating mga itinuturo sa classroom. And
medyo nagloloko yung audio mo, ma'am.
Oo nga. Nagloloko talaga siya. Sorry. Sige, pakisabi na lang, Ma'am Seni, kapag ka naglolo ko. Pero malinaw na ulit ba?
Yes, ma'am. Yan, malinaw na po.
Ayan. Okay. Ulitin natin ulit. So yung OJT or this study is just like yung mga study din sa tracer, wherein kailangan din natin matrace kung how successful or kumusta na yung mga graduates natin. So dito naman, mag-start pa lang before they graduate, they have this OJT. And sa ating mga DOMT, tama ba? First year summer pa lang, may OJT na sila, diba?
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, napakasiksik at liglig, no? Kahit sasabihin natin na ito ay diploma course. But anyway, ano naman ito, 'di ba? Ngayon ay ang mga diploma course natin ay ladderized, right? Pwede nilang ituloy ito sa Yes, oo, ladderized. Pwede nilang ituloy ito sa 4-year course. Pero what I mean is napakaganda din ng course natin ito kasi sabi ko nga siksik at liglig, no? Puro skill subject ang mga content, no? Doon sa kanilang curriculum. So, etong OJT evaluation, sabi ko nga ay napakahalaga, no, na nate-trace natin yung ano yung mga qualities, no, especially for the first time job seeker. Siguro ang tanong ko na lang, although na-mention naman, siguro para for more emphasis na lang, in our DOMT students, no, what particular qualities nga ulit at para mabigyan natin ng importance qualities na kahit wala doon sa part ng kanilang curriculum, kahit like yung personality development, parang ini-inject na lang ito eh, 'di ba? Ma'am Seni, tama ba ako? Dito
Yes, ma'am. Yes po.
Wala nang subject talaga is focus on personality development, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, parang ang subject na lang natin is understanding self or yung office etiquette.
Office management, ma'am, in our office management and office procedure, we still have that subject.
Yes, oo. Pero so, bali part na lang yung personality development,
yes,
ano?
ma'am.
All right. Unlike yung mga dati natin sa secretarial department. Pero sabi ko nga, lahat in all subject, kailangan ng personality development. Hindi lang naman kailangan na maging maganda ka. So
Yes,
what is important is kailangan presentable at skilled ready, no? And shock proof, no? Ang ating mga estudyante, which is yan naman ay talagang talent ng mga estudyante natin. So when we say shock proof, talagang whatever, no? Sino yung kaharap nila, ano yung ipagawa sa kanila, 'di ba? Ay handa ang ating mga estudyante. So siguro, gusto ko na lang ma-emphasize ulit, based on their study, ano yung mga particular qualities na mas kailangan natin tutukan and anong mga interventions, no, ang pwedeng gawin natin.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So may I ask the group, based on the question of our reactors?
So, hi, ma'am. Okay.
Hi.
Based para po sa akin, siguro isa po sa mga qualities na kailangan po talaga natin.
Hello, Miss Haen.
Opo. Hi po, ma'am.
Oo, hindi pwedeng para po sa akin, hindi sa akin. I mean, it's not based on your opinion, but it is should be based on the result of your study.
Okay po.
Miss Haen, ha?
Okay po. So, based on our study po,
yes.
It is flexibility because nakita naman po natin na even though students pa lang po tayo, kailangan po natin maging versatile in all aspects in learning po kasi hindi lang naman po siya maa-apply in academics pero in the corporate world din po kasi sa corporate world po kasi hindi naman po tayo naka-focused on a specific job role pero dapat open po tayo on other possibilities na pwedeng mapagawa po sa atin ng employers po natin. So I think it is right na flexible po yung lumabas dun sa study kasi I also believe na we OMT students have been versatile and flexible in terms of the things that we have done for our course po.
Okay, very well said, Miss Haen. Thank you so much. So it's flexibility. Okay, ano na, I mean, talagang general na, Mambo na obra, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Talagang flexible in many sense, no? Or
Okay.
in all sort of parang ganun no, factor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, thank you very much, Professor Marilyn Isip. For our next reactor, please, Ma'am Natividad Paras, for our
Hello,
first presenter.
good morning to all of you. And first of all, congrats to all the presenters. I have known them for during their second year. They've been my students, and I'm very because of my subject, I was not able to allow them to present when it comes to speaking on class because my subject skill subject. Anyway, so like I've said, congratulations to the different presenter. Okay, well done. Okay, and like I said, your research is really informative, and of course, it's really needed when it comes to students, teachers, and even in the business field, and of course um, for the future researcher. The only question that I have is, kasi kanina nawala ako, na-disconnect ako. So, hindi ko nakita yung iba. Pero the question that I want to ask is, you have your title of the job evaluation and preferred qualities of first-time job seekers as perceived by the HR manager. In our new, okay, we are on the new normal. You all know that it's more on online. So, do you think your study is still applicable? Why?
HN or the group?
Hi, Ma'am Nati. So, I think yung study po namin is still beneficial po, lalo na po ngayon sa online. Kasi since hindi man po tayo nagtatrabaho physically on the office, mas pinaprioritize pa rin naman po ng mga employers yung qualities na hinahanap nila. Kasi paano naman po kapag magaling ka nga po sa hard skills pero you do not project the soft skills that they needed. Kailangan po kasi sa corporate world, medyo balance din po yung soft skills and hard skills na na-acquire po natin. Hindi man po nila masyadong binibase yon doon sa qualities na nilalabas nila on their websites or sa mga specific na hinahanap nila. Pero napapakita and hinahanap din po nila yon sa mga candidates na gusto po nilang i-employ.
Okay, so like what I have said a while ago, the preferred qualities is yung flexibilities, right?
Opo.
So, do you think that flexibility is still applicable in the new normal? Why?
Opo, ma'am. Based on my experience, I am working student po kasi. So, nagiging flexible po ako in terms of yung time difference po from the company I'm working with. So, sa gabi po kasi ako. So, sa kanila po, umaga. So, it is my responsibility and kagustuhan ko po na magtrabaho within that time frame sa gabi. So, I should be flexible enough to spend hours until midnight para po ma-provide yung job na kailangan po nila from me.
Okay, very well said, Lisa M. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much for the first presenter. Okay, now let's move on to the next presenter. Group 2. Ayan po, ang kanila pong title po ng research ay Most Preferred and Effective Advertising Techniques as Perceived by the PUP Students, led by Ms. Carmela Julia Llarena. So let's start with our first reactor to ask questions. Ms. Esparas, please.
Una talaga ako, Sen?
Yes, ma'am. Ano po, alternate para at least, ano po. Pasensya ka na, ma'am. Ganun po talaga. Para
okay lang.
ma-prepared. Okay, ma'am. Go ahead po.
Okay, so dun sa group 2, kala Wilmer, sa kala Sidro. So, I like their presentation because it's really detailed, even the percentage on their studies on the size, sample size, and even kung yung dissemination, kung para kanino, or pati even the percentage. Kasi I don't know kung meron yung una kasi hindi ko nakita sa kanila kasi nga nawala ako kanina. Pero on the presentation of the group 2, like what I've said, detailed sila, so they were able to present really data regarding their respondent and of course their they even show the significance of their study based on according to their paper. Now, so congratulations to all of you. Very well said and very well present yung inyong research. Okay, so siguro meron lang akong, ang gusto ko lang malaman dun sa inyong research is, kasi parang nakulangan ako dun sa, meron kayo dong pinakita na there is a significant difference between the preference of male, diba? When it comes to gender. So my question is, how do you think that the significant difference in the gender reference affect yung most effective strategies? Kasi magkaiba sila, so may difference. So paano niyo masasabi or ano yung paano makaka-apekto yon para ma-determine yung effective advertisement technique? Kasi magkaiba siya. Hindi katulad yung talaga para masabi natin na yun talaga yung effective technique. Diba?
Thank you po, Ma'am Natividad, for the question. Based from our, if I could recall correctly, sa discussion namin, yun rin po yung isa sa napag-usapan namin, specifically dun sa gender. As we all know po, gender has a huge spectrum, not just from the two separation from male to female. There are advertisement po na offer or advertises the focus on consumers for gays, transgender. So the effectivity po nung technique na ginagawa doon, and we could see po na hindi siya ganun kalakas yung impact through doon sa mga guys because it is not intended for them or for girls. Like that po. If I have answered your question.
Based dun kasi sa research niyo, ang layo, di ba? Okay. Oo nga, pero I mean, paano nyo, doon, based dun kasi sa research niyo, di ba, pinakita niyo sa gender reference niya. So, magkaiba kayong, there is a significance, pinakita niyo rin nga yung significant difference between the gender reference. Pero I think ang hinahanap kasi natin is ano ba talaga yung pinaka most effective kasi magkakaiba siya. So, 'di ba? Maybe sana nakita nyo yung combination ng techniques na yon na pwedeng magawa para matignan o para ma-cope up yung significant difference dun sa most effective or most preferred and effective advertisement. Yun lang yung sa akin para nakita.
Opo. So, yes ma'am.
Pero ang ganda kasi nung nyo kasi nga pinakita nyo yung maganda yung presentation nyo dahil pinakita nyo talaga yung mga techniques and based dun sa mga studies nyo talagang gumamit kayo nung pinaka-guide na galing sa talagang valid reference or valid site na kung saan pwede makuha yung questions regarding the advertisement. At the same time, it is really good na sinama nyo yung mga students na talagang may kinalaman doon sa advertisement. Yun nga lang kasi doon sa gender reference at saka doon sa magkakaiba yung results. So, paano dapat paano natin Paano natin ma-justify yung research natin na yun yung most effective advertisement technique? Diba? Yun.
Hi, ma'am. Pwede po addition
Yes po.
answers
Yes, go
ako.
ahead.
Based on our research as well, in addition to the question of Miss Ira, parang if you notice po yung pangalawang highest advertising techniques ng legal office management in mail, which is yung patriotic advertising po, which is yun naman po yung pinakamataas na choice ng ad PR, which is effective advertising techniques. So in that po, dahil po in gender po yung usapan, so parang ang lumabas po ng pinakamataas sa ad PR, which is they become professional soon, is yung patriotic, which is kapag male po kasi, mostly they prefer for the brands or something, slogans like that. Then yung mga convey na mga sense, yung mga hashtag for like that po. Then, which is naman po sa mga LOM student, na yun po yung pangalawa nila. And yung first nila is yung complimenting the students, which hindi naman po nagkakatalo yung range nila in a weighted mean computation. So parang inano na lang po namin na nagkaroon po kami ng significant difference between po dun sa napili nilang advertising techniques na preferred and effective po para sa being professional soon and consumer for the future din po. Parang ganun po. Hindi ko nasagot ko po yung tanong. Thank you.
Very well said, Sir Mr. Sidro. Thank you.
All right. So any question, ma'am?
Wala naman.
Wala na po. Okay po. Thank you very much, Ma'am Espara. So let us have our second reactor, Ma'am Isip, for some questions in the second presenter.
Yes. Again, my congratulations to each and everyone. No? And may I ask, Ma'am Buenaobra, ano po yung OLMT?
Diploma in Legal Office Management Technology po. So yung kanila po,
siya, not
diploma. Diploma.
Oo. And did I hear right na yung mga estudyante ay nakipag-collaborate sa ibang so they came up with this study? May kakulab ba sila rito or ano?
Wala po, ma'am. Tama po ba, mga presenter? Pakisagot po si ma'am.
Wala. Parang nag-research lang.
Presenter po.
Presenter.
Yes po. Bale, kumuha lang po kami ng mas preferred na course po, like advertising, para po sa advertising po. And syempre sa effective naman po, yung ginamit po namin ng mga students po, LOMP po, as consumers po.
I see. So meron kayong mga kasamang advertising kasi sabi ko nga it's hard for you na gawin itong study alone kasi to think na legal management ang inyong pinaka-specialization and not marketing or advertising so kaya I'm glad na at least you have your own way to collab with tama ba ako? Advertising students din ito ng PUP?
Yes po.
Okay, to get some mga tips and techniques, right? And so you come up with this study. Pero what motivates you to have this title?
Good morning po, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning.
So, ang nag-motivate po sa amin to select po this title is, di ba po ngayon, ang dami pong advanced technology. So, gusto po namin malaman na ano po yung mga preferred ng consumer at saka po ng mga professionals na effective advertising techniques. Since konting manood ka lang po ng video sa YouTube, may mga ads na, konting sa Lazada, Shopee, ang dami na po kasi medium na mapagbibila ng mga kung ano-ano gamit po. So, pinili po namin to para po malaman kung ano po yung mga technique na ginagamit ng professionals para makuha po yung mga gusto namin as target audience naman po nila. For knowledge din po namin.
Okay. I think that's for general knowledge siguro, no? Kasi nga, kasi siguro kung titingnan natin yung kung ano yung mas tamang study sa inyo as legal office management is siguro yung mga, pero mas mahirap naman siguro, no? Yung parang legalities, no? ng pag-advertise kasi minsan yung nag-advertise hindi na nasasala tong mga pagka nagpa-pop up di ba? I mean hindi mo na alam kung male or gender or yung age, yung sa age what do you call this, yung pinaka-age bracket, no? Kung sa bata ba yan o pang matured tawag dito viewers, no? Kung mga mas bata tawag dito fit ba or may intindihan ba nila kung ano yung ina-advertise. But anyway, ano pa rin nice pa rin to effort, no, for you for general learning and understanding pa rin in advertising techniques. Siguro ang question ko na lang is ayun, ano yung siguro baka na-miss ko lang, no, yung ano yung pinaka parang effective platform kasi ngayon sa in advertising, no, dahil nasa new normal na tayo, no, new normal, ano yung pinaka effective platform na sa tingin nyo ay yun nga most effective na gamitin in the advertisement? What platform?
Okay. Sa tingin ko po,
yeah.
Sa base po sa study namin, ang pinaka-effective po na platform is social media platform po. Kasi po, sa iba rin po ng mga researchers na nakasabay po namin, sa mga study naman po nila, parang ang napili po nila lagi talaga na nag-spend sila ng time mostly sa isang araw ay social media platform po. Sa Facebook, sa
very
mga...
Good, no? What do you think? Ano ang reason bakit yung social media? That's very good answer talaga, no? And what do you think? Why the social media?
Kasi po ma'am, nandun na po lahat. You can call, message, text, everything po. You can do it na sa social media. You can buy things. Kaya po nandun ka na talaga nagsuspend every day. Kasi po, even studying ma'am, nagsustudy na po tayo online.
I agree.
Kaya po
I
talaga
agree. And regardless of the gender, yun na nga din, the age bracket, no? Social media, I agree, no, na it is the most effective, no, platform, no, to use in the advertising or in the advertisement industry. So satisfied naman ako doon sa answer niyo, na thank you.
Thank you din po.
Satisfied pala.
Maraming salamat po. Medyo habang tumatagal ay lalo pong nagkakaroon po ng napakahalagang kaalaman sa bawat isa sa kanila at ganun din po sa ating mga nanonood. Muli, I would like to call the attention of each participant to kindly fill up the registration form for this day. And then gusto ko din pong kamustahin lahat po ng nasa YouTube. Magandang umaga po sa inyo na hindi po natin na-accommodate po dito sa ating Zoom account. Sit back and relax. We still have one to go para po sa ating group number 3. Yan po.
Ma'am Sen,
yes,
Ma'am Sen, wait a minute, yung kasing for evaluation for group 1 na ibigay sa akin, no? Pero yung sa group 2 yata I'm waiting from the chat box. Pa-send na lang sa chat box yung para sa group 2 evaluation.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Noted po. Okay po. So may I call the attention of the technical team to kindly post it or send it to Ma'am Isip, the second evaluation form for the group 2, and of course at hanggang dun po sa group 3 if ever po. Okay, so to continue.
Bona?
Yes, ma'am.
Yung evaluation, isa lang yun. Pwede uling mag-response yung reactor. Ma'am, pagkasabit po ninyo ng unang evaluation ninyo sa group 1, pwede ulit kayong mag-response. Doon mismo rin sa ano na yon, link.
Okay. Noted, Ma'am De La Isla. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay po. So again, to continue for our third presenter, with the title entitled "A Qualitative Research Customers Claims and Adjustments Made by Shopee Online Sellers." So to start with the first reactor, ay syempre ganun nga po, alternate. So let's start with Associate Professor Marilyn Isip, ma'am. Kayo po ang mauna po ngayon, and then later I'll call back.
Yes, ma'am. Natatawa ako sa iyo, ma'am. Buong-buo talaga.
Nagugulat si Seni eh, no?
Actually, ma'am, it's my honor to call you that way kasi alam ko, ma'am, you know, ma'am.
Yes, yes, I understand. Thank you. Anyway, thank you. Talagang masteral nga ba talaga ito? Hindi, joke lang.
Joke lang na po namin sila, ma'am.
Oo, para ma-break lang yung yung
yes,
lang yan, sense of humor lang.
Yes.
Ano naman talaga yan, nami-miss ko lang yung mga tawanan natin.
Tama po, ma'am.
Alright, dito naman sa third study, of course, amazed ako kasi this is a quality research. Alam naman natin, sa tingin lang madali kasi kokonti ang respondent natin. Pero when it comes to pagka sa analysis of data na medyo mahirap, no? May I ask yung grupo kung paano yung sistema ng analysis ang ginawa ninyo? Did you use the thematic or any software for the analysis of the data or of the response of the and how many respondent pala, no? Parang nakontian ako sa respondent eh. Ilan ba yung respondent natin? 5?
5 yata, ma'am.
Oo nga eh. Okay na ba yung 5? And to think ilan yung ang daming pero palagay ko din, well anyway, the student can answer that.
All right. So let us proceed with the students or presenter of group 3.
Good morning po.
Yeah,
Magandang umaga po, Ma'am Isip.
Yeah,
regarding the informants po, we only have 5 informants. So
Yes.
bakit po 5 informants lang? Because during that time po kasi, it's already time constraints na rin po. And during that time po kasi February, there's already a threat na rin po of the virus. So we are not allowed to
Is
go
that
to other
2020?
places. Yes, ma'am.
Miss Joseph, Feb 2020 or?
Yes, ma'am.
2020.
February
Okay.
2020 po.
Yeah, malapit
Yes.
na. March 15 nag-declare ng no?
Yes po. So the informants are all retailers of the online selling for 1 to 3 years on the Shopee account and occasionally encountering different customer claims. So that's why they are the 5 selected randomly informants. For the for the treatment of the data naman po.
Do you personally know them?
Yes, ma'am. We personally know them.
Okay. And ang daming tanong. Why Shopee? Why not Lazada? Why not include the Lazada? So
Because
Shopee lang
po,
muna.
Shopee po kasi is, as we all know naman, one of the most commonly used online platforms, online selling, online shopping applications here in the Philippines. So, no doubts, Shopee po is one good choice po. So for our treatment naman po, for your question po kanina, for our treatment of the data, after we collect all the data needed, us the researchers tabulated and analyzed the gathered data of different Shopee online sellers. So the informations were gathered through the Facebook Messenger app. Yeah, we have the screenshots po. We messaged them, and from the Messenger app, we sent the guide questions, and from the Messenger app din po, they answered the guide questions. So the responses of the informants were also analyzed and presented using a matrix. So as you can see, dun po sa paper namin, it is presented using a matrix. So you would see the responses of the informants with their different customer claims that they have
Can we flash
experienced.
them? Can we flash them yung matrix na mention mo, Joseph? Can we flash this on the screen?
Okay, may I ask Mr. Lester, please? The research instrumentation. Lester?
Can I share na lang po ba, ma'am? Ako na
Sige
lang
na,
po.
sige. Pwede na.
Go po.
Sa matrix na ka, matrix.
Ayan.
Yan.
So from dito po, the matrix 1, it is the informant's responses on the customer's common claims po. So informant 1, 2, and 1 and 2, ang claims po na madalas nila or common claims na natatanggap po nila is damaged product. And then si informant 4 po is ang common claims daw po na natatanggap niya from customers is wrong product. And then from our informant number 3, 4, and 5 is yung delivery time naman po. So for the next matrix naman po, we have the responses or the informant's responses on handling customer common claims through adjustment. So all of our informant answered that the adjustments they made is doing a refund for the customer satisfaction po.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you're right. I think that is the siguro nga meaning na-satisfied na rin kayo no with the informants pero answer or response no yung doon sa inyong first three yung damaged product, so yung delivery time and the wrong product no. Yan naman talaga yung usually no claims ng mga anong tawag sa atin, mga buyers naman no. Okay, ng seller. So it's on the part of the seller no. Yun yung na usually nare-receive nila. And sorry, ang daming hinihingi. Can we flash the recommendation sa inyong PowerPoint? Yung recommendation niyo sa PowerPoint. Pwede na din naman yan. Yan din naman yung PowerPoint nyo. Ayun. So, na-note ko lang yung is this chatbot ba to? Chatbox? What is this? Recommendation 1? Chatbox ba to? Or
Chatbot, ma'am.
Chatbot po.
Talaga, Ayan, oo. Tama. Customer, reliable sellers. Okay. Paano yan Ito yung inaano natin, should only navigate website. What do you mean website ito? Kasi di ba pagka Shopee, may apps naman si Shopee na doon lang. So, customer ba ang dapat ditong mag-ingat? Kasi di ba pagka sa Shopee website, yung mga products nila, so meaning yung seller, hindi rin nila na-screen kung may damage yung mga pinopost doon na product. So, yun din yung tanong ko, no? Yung kasi, so, yung study nyo kasi is focused on the part of the seller. Tama ba ako, mga anak?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yeah, oo. So, ito din, so, sa customer, so, well, taken naman ito or noted kung kami ngayon dapat mag-ingat din, no, na mag-navigate dun sa reliable na sellers. Pero, di ba, ang Shopee din mismo, ano kaya yung ginagawa nilang paraan para ma-sure nila na yung product na i-deliver no, doon sa buyer ay walang damage, di ba? So, samantalahin na natin, that's question number 1. Tapos, etong pangalawa, etong number 3 ninyo, business person should integrate policies. Hindi ko alam kung sinong business person dito yung tinutukoy, no? Kung yung mga entrepreneur ba na nagpa-participate doon sa Shopee o yung mga online sellers, sila ba ito? Should integrate policies and terms and conditions in their marketing strategy. Integrate policies, no? Siguro kasi Since ang online selling or online buying ngayon ay meron nang ginagawa ang DTI dito, no, regarding the policies and conditions, no, para naman maprotektahan din yung mga buyer. Siguro ano na lang, medyo I do not know, of course this is finished already, no. Siguro sa recommendations, susunod na study na lang din na yon, dagdagan na lang siguro ito kasi nga ang DTI ngayon ay well anyway, ano pa naman ito, no, bago pa magpandemya, no. Pero ngayon kasi nga meron ng mga clear policies ang DTI regarding the online selling. So siguro dito sa ating number 4 na to, yung mga next study, ayan, yan, pwede nang ma-enhance, no, itong recommendation number 3. So siguro yun lang, and congratulations, thank you. LOMT ba ito ulit? Ano?
Yes, ma'am.
LOMT.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah? Oo.
Opo.
So yun na lang siguro. Okay. Thank you yung question number 3.
Yung question, pakisagot po.
To answer your questions lang din po, ma'am. As a regular Shopee users din po, ang nangyayari po kasi if I order online or Shopee, si seller may responsibility rin po siya. Actually, si seller po talaga ang may responsibility na yung item na binebenta niya is dapat working or walang damage. So, ang nangyayari po kasi, for example, in a situation lang po, I ordered online or Shopee. And then, syempre, add to cart order. Then, si seller po, nagsisend po siya sa akin ng isang picture na nagpapakita na, ma'am, this is your item. It is in a good condition, or a video po na pinapakita niya or dinidemo niya. So, ang nangyayari po, updated ka rin. Parang pwede, si seller, pwede mo siyang i-chat na, pwede po ba, kasi may times or may situation na ay mali ka nang napindot ng color or ng size, pwede mong i-chat si seller. So, dahil doon, malalaman mo din, ma'am, if ever na yung damage, yung product mo ba is damaged or ano na yung update dun sa product na in-order mo. Ayun po yung nangyayari kasi sa Shopee. So, ganun yung interaction between seller and the customer po. Nagsasend sila ng pictures na nagpapakita yung item nyo is in good condition.
Good quality,
Yes, yes po. And then yung business persons naman po na tinutukoy kasi namin dito is yung Shopee sellers po, yung mga sellers. Kasi ma'am, pag nag-open ka ng Shopee, ang una mong titignan syempre yung mga reviews, di ba? So,
yes, correct.
So sa Shopee kasi, nakapost yung product and then sa baba may description yon. Then doon sa description, nakalagay doon na yung mga terms nila or yung parang conditions nga ng sellers before you buy the item. May mga policy sila, it's either iba kasi hindi pwede ng COD or yung magbabayad ka muna pagdating ng product. Some sellers only offers payment first policy po. Ayun po yung inaano namin. So ang recommendation namin is yun nga, sa iba pang sellers, kasi yung ibang Shopee sellers po, wala po silang description on what will be the method or what will be the yung kailangan mangyari pag bumili ka ng
terms of payment.
Yes,
That's terms of payment. Yeah. I think nakalagay na doon. Parang ako hindi naman ako Shopee addict din, ano. Pero parang nakikita ko usually kasi I go for COD, cash on delivery.
Yes,
no? Yung iba kasi like credit card ina-accept nila, no? Kaya yung Paymaya, may terms may terms of payment kang pagpipilian. But siguro nga dahil hindi naman ako masyadong baka merong other seller na hindi sila nag-accept ng COD, no? Ang gusto lang nila is parang pay muna before the delivery. Tama ba ako? Yun ba yung mini-mention mo?
Yes po, ma'am.
Oo. Yes.
And then siguro ma'am, yung warranty rin po nung item. Kasi syempre sa Shopee may nag-offer din po sila ng mga gadgets eh. So sino yung tatawagan, anong website yung pwede nating ano yung web o yung site mismo nung seller na pwede mong pagkontakan in case na yun nga sira yung item or yung may warranty yung item na binili mo. Ganun po.
Yes. Oo. Tsaka yun yung minamention ko kanina na may dito na para protected din si seller, di ba? Kasi ang hirap like dito sa cause damage. Iba paano pag damage? Pero dapat itong si may protection din doon sa mga nagpo-post. Tama ba yun? Bali partner nila yan no? Yung mga nagbebenta. Na kapag isinauli, kasi di ba naglalagay din sila sa kasi pagka may, say 1 week, mayroong warranty, ibig sabihin, 1 week, sometimes 2 days, no? Upon receipt of the product, balik kasi pag hindi mo siya naibalik, hindi na pwede mapalitan yung product. Kasi say for example, kasi nangyari din sa akin yun, sorry to say. Medyo yung manugang kasi yung pinabili ko. Parang I bought yung what's this? Nakalimutan ko. Vacuum. Yan, yung vacuum.
Ma'am, medyo nawawala na naman yung audio mo, ma'am.
Yeah, yung una kong nabili na vacuum, okay. Tapos yung pangalawa, medyo nung ginamit ko, parang nagme-leak, sumasabog yung mga alikabok, parang ganon, may leak. Ang tagal ko bago ko na-open kasi nga dinala ko sa Santa Maria, Bulacan kasi sana for office use sana yon. So, ibig sabihin, mga 2 weeks after ko pa na-open. Yun na nga, nung sinabi ko na sa manugang ko, sabi niya, ay yun na nga, hanggang 7 days lang pwedeng palitan. So wala na akong magagawa kahit magreklamo pa ako, ano yun binasa naman ng policy ng buyer yun nung manugang ko nga kasi ang bumili, ang nag-online, pinakisuyo ko sa kanya. So kiniklik doon na 7 days, warranty, change of items, ganyan-ganyan. Then mag-a-agree ka, i-click mo. 'Di ba mag-a-agree yung buyer? Pag nag-agree ka, I mean, wala na kaming mga buyer naman. Syempre, just the same way na kailangan maprotektahan nga si seller kasi malulugi naman sila kung gano'n ang mangyayari, damage item. So, 'di ba? Malulugi naman din na si seller. So, yun lang. Yung clear na guidelines, dapat talaga importante 'yon na naka-embedded talaga when yung seller ay magbebenta ng kanilang mga product. Kailangan talaga every buyer, i-click ko, mag-agree sila doon sa terms and conditions. Yun, ninyo, diba? Para at least maliwanag. Okay, so maganda yung study ninyo and that is for everybody's information and awareness. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much po, Ma'am Len. Yan, Ma'am Len na siya. Binago ko na, yun po. So, for our next reactor po, so may I call on Ma'am Nati? Yan, binago ko na po Ma'am Nati, please.
Gusto mo na pasaway kayo.
Oo nga
Masyadong formal no?
Nakakatigas ng batok pag formal.
Anyway, so sa group 3, sa third presenter, tama yung sabi ni Mang Isip, no? Maganda yung kanilang paper, maganda yung nila kasi napapanahon, lalo na ngayong panahon ng pandemic. Kaya lang like what Mrs. Isip or Ma'am Len said, parang kulang sa dami ng seller ng Shopee, parang nakukulangan din ako dun sa 5 respondent or dun sa 5 informant. Kasi di ba, pag sinabi natin yung total qualitative din naman yung qualitative research yung inano niya. Kasi parang napakaliit ng sample size ng respondent. Tapos sabi kasi nila, dahil nga doon sa time pero yung sinabi kanina, di ba Joseph, yung sinabi nyo kanina na ang way kung paano kayo nakagather ng data is through online. So walang kinalaman dapat yung nagkaroon tayo ng pandemic para makakuha kayo ng mas madami pang mas madami pang respondent or informant. Diba? Maganda nung pinipresent ko kanina, natutuwa ako kasi nga sabi ko, alam ko itong grupo na to is talagang when it comes to presenting, I know kayang-kaya niyo yan. And congratulations to all of you. Yun nga lang, when it comes to, yun lang, doon lang ako nakulangan, parang sa klase ng grupo nyo, parang ina-expect ko, siguro mataas yung expectation. Ina-expect ko, mas marami akong makikita kakaiba. Diba, parang hinahanap ko pa rin yung sana bawat klase ng Shopee seller, nakuhanan nyo ng insight. Kasi sabi nyo nga, di ba, may gadgets na rin, mayroon na rin gadgets sa mga may mga para sa office, para sa ganito. So I do hope na sana kumuha kayo sa bawat isang area nung different kasi para makita natin, para mas talagang yung pinaka-claims, kasi common talaga na ang claims ng customer is yung delivery, yung yung tinatawag na wrong items, tapos yung mga damages. Alam na natin yan, common na talaga na yan talaga halos lahat, di ba? Naturally. Kaya lang kumbaga, mabibigyan para sana natin ng emphasis or kumbaga mas mapapatunayan pa natin kung marami or malaki nga yung respondent natin. Total, nag-focus na rin lang kayo sa isang website. Although sabi nyo nga, yan yung pinaka kilala dito sa Pilipinas na online sellers, which is the Shopee. Yes, kasi ako rin Shopeeholic din ako. Pero ang dami kasing ang daming seller, ang daming area, ang daming category na pwede nang tingnan. So parang yun lang, nakukulangan ako dun sa kasi tapos since yung is customers claim and adjustment, di ba nandiyan yung adjustment made by the Shopee. Siguro, paano nyo, yung isa sa tanong ko, paano nyo, ano yung effect o kung gaano ka-effective yung adjustment na ginawa ng mga Shopee online seller?
Okay, so may I call on the presenter to answer Ma'am Nati's question?
So, ayun po, yung tanong niyo po, ma'am, no, to clarify is paano po naaapektuhan yung adjustments na ginagawa ni seller kay customer po? Tama po ba, ma'am?
Ano yung gaano ka-effective yung kasi pinakita niyo ba adjustment made. So gaano ka-effective yung adjustment na ginagawa? Ano yung feedback nung ginagawang adjustment ng mga Shopee online sellers?
Ayun po, nananatili po si customer, yung loyalty ni customer kay seller. At hindi po nasisira yung reputation or yung image ni seller para sa iba pang future customers kasi nag-iiwan tayo ng feedback or reviews po eh. So if kunyari nagkaroon nga po ng damaged product and then si seller nagbigay siya ng discount or nakipag-coordinate siya dun sa buyer na merong damaged item, ang nangyayari po si customer natutuwa siya or na-appreciate niya yung ginagawa ni seller po. So yung loyalty or yung trust niya kay seller sa pagbebenta ng items is nandun pa rin po, hindi siya nasisira. And yung image din po nung seller is gumaganda po kasi nag-iiwan ng comments tayo sa Shopee. So binabasa most of the buyers then or customers kasi before they buy the item, tinitignan muna nila yung reviews about kay seller and then dun po sa product. So ayun po, nakakahugot din po siya ng iba pang customers po in terms of yun nga po, sa pagsagot po if ever na may problem si customer po.
Ever na may. Then, yun nga.
Ma'am, okay so, po. May tanong pa po, ma'am?
Hindi, isa na lang. So, yun nga yung so since adjustment, kasi parang paano na ipakita or paano sinabi sa inyo nung seller, okay? Paano nag-justify ng seller? Paano mag-justify yung kung successful ba yung adjustment na ginagawa ng Shopee online seller?
Hi ma'am, good morning po.
Good morning.
Na-justify po sa amin ng seller since nung nakikipag-communicate po kami sa mga seller during nung pag-conduct po namin ng research, nasasabi po nila na sa side po ng customer, though ang gusto lang po naman talaga nila ma'am is yung maging okay yung na-purchase nilang product. Since hindi naman po maiiwasan na magkakamali sa part ng seller, so gumagawa na lang po siya ng mga adjustment. And after naman daw po nun is nagiging okay naman daw po both side. Kumbaga parang nasa-satisfy naman po yung customer kasi at least po
napagtuunan po ng pansin yung claims ng customer, hindi po pinabayaan lang ng seller.
Okay. Okay, sige. Thank you, Ma'am Bona. Thank you, presenter.
Right. So thank you very much po sa ating pong reactors. So again, thank you very much for po, medyo umingay po ng bahagya sa aking pong kapaligiran dahil po sa aking klase, nabuksan ko po. Okay po, paunmanhin po. Now, so thank you very much for the presenters from LOMT31. So, moving on. As I would said, mayroon po tayong tatlo actually to inform everybody. Tatlo po kami na naka-assign po ngayong araw na to. So, kung kanina, nakita nyo po ang ating una pong MC, may co-MC po, si Sir Adrian Blestino, and I am Zenaida Bonaobra now. So, I'll turn you over para po sa ating pangatlo pong MC po ngayong araw na to is none other than Professor Maria Jope Solosa. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning po. Good morning po to all of us, to all our panels, our presenters, and all our participants. This is Professor Jope Solosa, your co-facilitator for this day's symposium. Okay po. So present to you the next presenter. Let me welcome you to the moderator of this class, Professor Jean Bunyol, for the LOMT33. Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you po. Naririnig ako? Clear
Opo.
ako? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Good morning po, especially to our reactors, no? Nice to see you po. Familiar faces natin. To present the thesis titled The Impact of PUP Memes to the Sintang Paaralan Image Brand as Perceived by U-Belt Students, a Phenomenological Study, are the students from Diploma in Office Legal Management Technology, third year, section 3, namely Abigail Balmosena, Ezekiel John Matthew M. Cao, Eunice G. Ermac, Josel M. Peña Ojas, Christine D. Dailisan, Mary Jane B. Sanchez, and Sheena F. Sultan. Guys, it's your floor. Hello, 3-3. Saan na sila?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Kita po yung PowerPoint.
Yan na.
Thank you, Ma'am Jean Obunyol. Good day to all guests, to the reactors, Professor Marilyn F. Isip and Professor Natividad Esperas, to our chairperson, Professor Josephine de la Isla, to our research advisor, Professor John Harold Malonzo and Professor Jean Bunyol, and to all professors of Institute of Technology. I am Abigail Valmusena, together with my co-researcher, Ms. Sheena Sultan, Ms. Mary Jane Sanchez, Ms. Giselle Peña Ojas, Ms. Eunice Ermac, Ms. Christine Dailisan, and Mr. Ezekiel John Matthew Cao. We would like to greet you all a pleasant day. We will be presenting our study entitled The Impact of PUP Memes to the Sintang Paaralan Image Brand as Perceived by the U-Belt Students, a Phenomenological Study. About the proponents of this study are the students from Polytechnic University of the Philippines Institute of Technology, namely Abigail Valmusena, Ezekiel John Matthew Cao, Eunice Ermac, Christine Dailisan, Mary Jane Sanchez, and Sheena Sultan. They are third-year students who are taking a course of Diploma in Legal Office Management and Technology in the school year 2020-2021. They were collaborated for the purpose of making a research entitled Impact of PUP Memes to the Sintang Paaralan Image Brand as Perceived by UBEL Students, a Phenomenological Study. Due to professional curiosity, the researchers arrived with this study that will contribute to the body of knowledge, especially that it involves a trending issue about the Sintang Paaralan. For our introduction, branding is an exercise and execution of naming, designing, or even giving a symbol to a product or services for the purpose of making it known and differs from any other products or services. In today's world, it is important for every university to have their own branding in different ways, such as highlighting the positive image of the university, the quality of teaching, introducing many interesting courses, the affordability of the tuition fee, and many more. Branding of every product or services can do through social media sites, posters or banners, TV or radio ads, etc. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines is a well-known institution and recognized for its good quality education. There are many different ways on how an institution, university, or college is being branded. PUP Memes is an online Facebook page that was created to indirectly brand the Polytechnic University of the Philippines and shows all the internal but not confidential information about the Sintang Paaralan through the use of memes. Therefore, the researcher of this study aims to know what are the impacts of PUP meme to the Sintang Paaralan image brand as perceived by the UBEL students. For the statement of the problem, may I call on Ms. Sheena Sultan.
Thank you, Ms. Balmacena. For the statement of the problem, the main purpose of this study was to determine the impact of PUP means to Sintang Paaralan image brand as perceived by UBEL students. Specifically, it aimed to answer the following question. First, what are the image of Polytechnic University of the Philippines perceived by the informants based on what they read in social media? And lastly, what is the brand being promoted PUP memes to the informants? And for further discussion, I would like to call Ms. Mary Jane Sanchez to discuss.
Good morning, everyone. I am 23P to present the scope and limitation and significance of the study. So for the scope and limitation, this study focused on the impact of PUP memes to Sintang Paaralan image brand as perceived by UBAL students. The informants of this study were 5 university and colleges in University Belt, such as Eulogio Amang Rodriguez, Institute of Science and Technology or IRIS, Centro Escolar University or CEU, Far Eastern University or FEU, National University or NU, and University of the East or UE. The study does not consider the students that have educational background or experience in Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Also, the age or gender of respondents and 2 personal statements that may affect the students were not included in the study. Next is the significance of the study. The study is significant to the following. First, PUP administration. The study may serve as a guide to the administration of PUP to determine what actions they are going to do to improve the image of Polytechnic University of the Philippines in the perception of other people inside or outside the university. Next is the PUP students. The study may instruct the students about how they contribute to improve the image of Sintang Paaralan through the use of any social media or other means of promotion. Third is the other students. The study may help them when choosing what they were going to study that will give them a good quality education. And last is the future researchers. The study may serve as their reference or guide if ever they conduct a study related to this topic. May I call on Miss Christine for the continuation of our presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Christine De Ilisan to present the research instrument of our research. The phenomenological qualitative design was used on this study to achieve the objectives and to consciously gather and examine the data. As this study focused on the impact of the PUP memes to the Sintang Paaralan image brand and wished to describe the perceptions of the University Belt students. Therefore, the most appropriate for this research is a phenomenological qualitative approach. According to Burns and Grove, 2009, qualitative research is a systematic and subjective approach to highlight and explain daily life experiences and to further give them a meaning. While a phenomenological approach, according to Husserl and Heidegger, this approach aims to develop a complete, accurate, clear, and articulate description and understanding of a particular human experience or experiential moment. For our diagram, it shows three frames. The input frame, which contains the negative and positive perceptions of pupil students to Polytechnic University of the Philippines through PUP memes. And the process frame that contains the method in order to achieve the output. Lastly, the output frame that contains the determined impact of the PUP memes to the Sintang Paaralan image brand as perceived by UBEL students. And a lines that connect the three frames is to signify the flow or method of input, process, and output. For the results and discussions, may I call on Ms. Abigail Balmacena.
For our results and discussion, we presented it with the use of pie graph to easily show and clarify the results we gathered from the informants. For the perception of the UBIL students towards PUP, the pie graph shows that the informants answered competent students as their perception towards PUP, followed by free education and performing school, and good quality education and exercising academic freedom. For the perception of UBEL students towards PUP after seeing PUP memes, the pie graph shows that the informants see PUPians as an activist, followed by good quality education and building better future. And lastly, for the impact of PUP memes to the image brand of PUP, the pie graph shows that the answer of the informants were divided into two. There are positive and negative image of PUP as perceived by the UBEL students. For the positive impact of PUP memes toward the image brand of PUP, according to the informants, PUP memes increase the competencies of students, and for the negative impact, PUP memes lower the quality of the PUP. For the summary of findings, may I call on Ms. Giselle M. Peña-Ojas.
Thank you, Ms. Abigail. For the summary of findings, based on the gathered interview to the informants, the findings are the following. First one is competent students, free education, performing school, exercising academic freedom, and good quality education are the image brand of Polytechnic University of the Philippines perceived by the informants from different universities. Second one is activist, good quality education, and building better future are the perception of the University Belt students towards Polytechnic University of the Philippines after seeing some of the PUP memes. Lastly, lower the brand quality of Polytechnic University of the Philippines is the negative impact, and increase the competencies of students is the positive impact of PUP memes to the Sintang Paaralan image brand. For further discussions, may I call on Ms. Irving for the continuation of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Piña Ojas. Good morning, everyone. The next is conclusions. From the findings of the study, the following conclusions were presented. First, all the informants from different universities in UBELT have positive perception about Polytechnic University of the Philippines, which implies that PUP have a good image when it comes academic performance of the students inside and outside of the university as well as good quality of education of the university. Second, PUP memes have a positive and negative impact to the image brand of Sintang Paaralan as perceived by UBELT students. So may I call Mr. Cao to present the recommendations.
Thank you, Ms. Ermac. Wonderful morning to all presenters and panelists. I am Ezekiel Jan Matthew M. Cao discussing to you the recommendations of our study. Based on the findings of the study, the following recommendations are offered. Number one, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, or PUP, should comply with its agenda of modernizing and upgrading of physical facilities, equipment, library, and campus development. Number two, the PUP administration should provide an evaluation per semester to the students of Sintang Paaralan about their perception towards the facilities and status of education's quality. Number three, the PUP administration should not involve themselves in PUP memes, for this shows that the students do really exercise their academic freedom. However, they may suggest ideas to improve the branding of university. Number four, PUP students, as well as the admin of the PUP meme page, should focus on branding and posting the positive image of the university. Next slide, please. Number five, other students outside the university could use the study regarding their decision of considering PUP as one of the university they want to enroll who can give them a good quality education. Number six, other universities may use this study as a guide to improve the online branding of their university as well. They may also use memes in relations of branding their university effectively. 7. Future researchers could use this study as a reference or guide for their future study. And last but not the least, number 8. Wait lang. Number 8. Aside from the impact of PUP memes, a similar study, the impact of the establishments and surroundings of Polytechnic University of the Philippines to its image brand could be undertaken by the future researchers to present more image of the university. And that's our recommendation for our study. May we call on Ms. Abigail Balmacena for further discussion of our study.
Again, we are the researchers of the study Impact of PUP Memes to the Sintang Paaralan Image Brand as perceived by the UBEL students, a phenomenological study. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the group. And we can continue now to the next group. Professor
Okay, thank you. For the next title, the efficiency of marketing mix of Master Buffalo, as perceived by legal office management students in Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Institute of Technology, academic year 2019-2020 will be presented by the students from, again, Diploma in Office Legal Management Technology, third year, section 3, namely, Ace Vergel de la Cruz, Antoinette Garcia, Adrian Namugot, Johanna Delaine Menor, Jean Paul Andrade, Juvelin Madrid, and Rex Gideon Tutor. Guys, it's your turn.
Thank you, Professor Jean Oboniol. Good morning to everyone, the faculty, students, our research advisor, Professor John Harold Malonza, and of course, the reactors, Professor Marilyn Isip and Professor Natividad Esparas. Before we formally start the presentation, let me first introduce myself. I am Rex Gideon D. Tutor, and I am one of the researchers of this study together with my co-researchers, Mr. Ace Jever de la Cruz, Ms. Antoinette May Garcia, Mr. Adrian Namugot, Ms. Johanna Deline Menor, Mr. John Paul Andrade, and Ms. Juvelin Madrid. We are one of the group representatives from LOMT 33. We are here to present our quantitative research entitled Efficiency of Marketing Mix of Master Buffalo as Perceived by legal office management students in Polytechnic University of the Philippines Institute of Technology for the academic year of 2019 to 2020. About the proponents, next slide please. The proponents are from DOMT LOM 33 of the PUP Institute of Technology. The researchers have put utmost importance on knowledge while doing this research. This research paper ought to show how the marketing mix affects a business to grow and thrive in a competitive business world. We, as researchers, put an effort in coming up with this research to help the community. Mr. De La Cruz, Ms. Garcia, Ms. Ternamugot, Ms. Menor, Mr. Andrade, Ms. Madrid, and I all teamed up to come up with this paper, which would help businesses in the community. The proponents work hard on finishing the research paper with great effort, perseverance, and hard work. With this, the efficiency of marketing mix of Master Buffalo as perceived by legal office management students in Polytechnic University of the Philippines has been completed with zealous. The researchers and information in this study pertaining to the marketing mix were proven by different studies and papers. So now let's proceed to our presentation. Nowadays, Filipinos starts to become risk takers and business-minded people. Since then, the competition among businessmen and entrepreneurs in the field of food services becomes inevitable and unavoidable. But sometimes, different stores offer the same products and services to its customers. That's why entrepreneurs need to establish new ideas to catch potential long-term customers in order for them not to experience bankruptcy. According to Edmund McCarthy and Perrault, marketing mix are the controllable variables that an organization can coordinate to satisfy its market. Marketing mix started off as 4 P's, namely product, which are anything that can be offered to a market; price, which is the amount of money charged for products or services; promotion, which are used to persuade customers; and place, which refers to where your products or services will be sold. However, as time passes by, it was augmented by 3 more P's, namely people such as service providers, customer service, and the like. Next is process or how the product is being delivered to the customer. The last P is physical evidence or the material parts of the service. PUP Institute of Technology is 15 years in the service now, and as time goes on, different food stalls are created around the area. But not everyone remains on business. That's why this research will study how customers from legal office management students perceive the marketing strategies utilized by Master Buffalo, a restaurant that uses American flavored cuisines and spices for their buffalo wings, having its affordable price at the same time. Now, the PUP Institute of Technology, where almost every students were able to try the products offered by Master Buffalo, are committed to purchase products to fulfill their hunger and satisfy their needs. Subsequently, the main objective of this study was to assess the efficiency of marketing mix of Master Buffalo as perceived by legal office management students of Polytechnic University of the Philippines Institute of Technology for the academic year of 2019 to 2020. And for our statement of the problem, we have Ms. Johanna Delane Menor to discuss it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Johanna Delane Menor, and I will be discussing about the statement of the problem. The main objective of this study is to assess the efficiency of marketing mix of Master Buffalo as perceived by legal office management students of Polytechnic University of the Philippines academic year 2019 to 2020. Specifically, this current study aimed to answer the following. Number 1, what is the efficiency of marketing mix utilized by Master Buffalo as perceived by legal office management in terms of product, price, place, people, promotion, physical evidence, and process? Number 2, what is the level of business in terms of marketing needs? Next part will be discussed by Ace Jever de la Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Joanna Menor. And for scope and limitation, next slide, please. This study focused on determining the efficiency of marketing mix of Master Buffalo as perceived by legal office management students in Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Institute of Technology. The respondents were 200 legal office management second year and third year students, 45 students for LOMT 21, 45 students from LOMT 22, 42 students from LOMT 23, 38 students from LOMT 24, and 31 students from LOMT 31. The OMT students without specialization in legal office management and student in the other courses were not included in the study. Neither were the administration, teaching, and non-teaching staff and employees. In addition, we choose LOMT students as our respondents because OMT students have the more knowledge in terms of the marketing mix, and OMT students will benefit on this research. Moving forward to our next discussion will be present Jubilin Madrid.
Thank you, Mr. De La Cruz. And for significance of study, this study will be beneficial for the following. First, the management of Master Buffalo. This study will be provide reliable information and may use into the management who plays in virtual rules in ensuring that the customers want will be addressed properly. Next, seller and store owner. This will help them to more acknowledgeable about the efficient marketing mix that attract more customer, therefore resulting in increasing in income and help them to innovate the strategy according and needs than want and their customers. Next, business students. They will acquire more background information about the efficient marketing mix that can be utilized and promote and gain markets. Second, next, customers and consumer. The study will help them to become more aware of the marketing mix used by the sellers and store owner, considering the safety and the benefit they would get in purchasing and acquiring the product and service. Next slide, please. Next, the researchers. Finding of the study will help the researcher evaluate the operation of the business in environment as what to aspect the management will take corrective actions. Next, government. The research will be benefit them to monitor in the entrepreneurs or use effective marketing mix the right way and engage the market, and they lead the profitability of the sellers and store owner and might then expand the market economy. Last, future researcher. The research would serve the reference for the get additional information about the topic. And for research instrument, we have John Paul John Paul Andrade to continue.
Thank you, Ms. Madrid. So in research instrument, qualitative method was applied for this study, and it used survey researcher made questionnaire checklist to gather facts and collect statements to be analyzed that sustain the data needed for the completion of this study. The proponents observed thoroughly how the consumers perceive the marketing mix of a business to confirm its efficiency. The draft of the questionnaire was drawn out based on the information cited and through using preceding readings and studies as a guide. Master Buffalo's marketing mix is composed of 7 P's, namely product, price, place, people, promotion, physical evidence, and process. So this questionnaire is divided into 2 parts. The first part is to determine the profile of the respondents. The second part is to rate how efficient the marketing mix is to Master Buffalo as assessed by the customers, particularly legal office management students of Polytechnic University of the Philippines Institute of Technology. In addition to that information, this study utilized the purposive sampling technique wherein the researchers need to deliberately select the needed information of the population. Using purposive sampling, the calculated number of respondents is 200. A quota sampling techniques is also used wherein the respondents are chosen according to a set of criteria in connection with the study that was held in part of the population which is 200 legal office management students. The sampling was formed because it has the same proportion of individuals as the entire population of the respondents concerning the characteristics, traits, and focused phenomenon. So each legal office management student of ITech who buys at Master Buffalo had their equal chances to be chosen as one of the respondents. It is the most appropriate method available for this study because the researchers need to determine the level of business according to marketing needs. So let's go to the conceptual framework. This figure shows the input process output model in the assessment of the efficiency of marketing mix of Master Buffalo as perceived by the legal office management students in Polytechnic University of the Philippines Institute of Technology. The input contains the features of marketing mix and the respondents' responses through efficiency of marketing mix of 7Ps, namely product, price, place, promotion, people, physical evidence, and process. So the process contains how the researchers use their questionnaires to develop and distribute the researchers' made questionnaire checklist to the respondents in order to gather data for the completion of the results. It also includes the analysis, tabulation, and interpretation of the data. And lastly, the output, which contains the assessment of the outcomes and the answers about the efficiency of marketing mix as perceived by the legal office management students of Polytechnic University of the Philippines Institute of Technology. So this figure gives an overview that can be used as a guide for the research and the researchers. So the next part will be discussed by Ms. Antoinette Garcia. Thank you.
And for the results and discussion, for a summary of findings, this research is sought to assess the efficiency of marketing mix of Master Buffalo as perceived by legal office management students of Polytechnic University of the Philippines academic year 2019 to 2020. Specifically, these were the questions that answered the general problem. Number one, what is the efficiency of marketing mix utilized by Master Buffalo as perceived by legal office management in terms of A, product, B, price, C, place, D, people, E, promotion, and F, physical evidence, and G, process? And the question number two is, what is the level of business in terms of marketing needs on the overall average rated of P's in marketing mix? The descriptive survey research method was used. The respondents were 200 legal office management students who were given a researcher-made questionnaire checklist. Moving to the next slide. The table presents the average rated mean of each marketing mix. The price average rated mean is 4.60, which denotes an excellent rate. Products is 4.59 with the same description. Physical evidence got 4.31 and with an excellent rate. Place and people with 4.24 rate, which denotes an and excellent rate. Promotion is 4 flat with a satisfactory rate. And process average rated mean is 3.97, which denotes satisfactory description. Based on the table below, the efficiency rate can be determined wherein marketing mix 7 Ps is considered utilized by Master Buffalo store are all efficient. The data revealed that the total average rated mean of the 7 Ps represented the level of business in terms of marketing mix of Master Buffalo resulted to 4.28, which means that the marketing strategies used by Master Buffalo was excellent and efficient as perceived by legal office management students of PUP Institute of Technology. Next is the conclusion. Next slide, please. In conclusion, among the 7 Ps of marketing mix, the price is ranked as the highest average rated mean, which denotes an excellent rate, and the level of business based on the overall average rated mean of each marketing mix is excellent. Overall, Master Buffalo provides an excellent and quality factors to their customers. Next is the recommendation that will be discussed by Mr. Ace Dever de la Cruz.
For recommendation, this study will be beneficial to the following. The management of Master Buffalo should maintain the quality of product they offer They should have a clear understanding of their own marketing mix and observe if this marketing mix satisfies their target market. Next is sellers and store owners should know how to develop and strategize their marketing strategies, particularly marketing mix. The next is business students should observe the excellent marketing mix utilized by Master Buffalo for them to promote and gain market when they have their own business. Next is customers should be aware of the marketing mix strategies used by the sellers and store owners, considering the safety and the benefit they will get in purchasing and acquiring products and services. Next slide, please. Next is government. Should monitor if the entrepreneur are using effective marketing mix the right way to engage in the market and make sure that it will lead to increase of profits of the sellers, the store owners that might expand the market economy. The future researchers could revise or use this research for useful reference to make and plan any related studies. A similar study could be undertaken to verify the result of the findings of the study. Another study to determine other food establishment efficiency in terms of the marketing mix as perceived by their consumers may be conducted. And that's all, and thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. So, um, to our students po and our reactors, we are going to suspend the question and answer, the reactors questions portion. Suspend lang po, mamaya po. I-move lang po natin the later part and we're going to continue po ngayon the next presenter, yung pong LOMT 3. Okay? So for our students, our presenter from section from section 3.3, yung dalawang presenters natin, please, baka kayo magtampo hindi kayo tinanong. So, suspend lang natin, move lang natin mamaya and to give way to the other presenters pa. Okay? Thank you very much, 3.3. Ma'am Professor Jean Bunyol, ma'am. Mamaya na po tayo magko-continue ng question and answer.
Okay po.
Thank you po. To our reactors po, baka po tayo maligaw. So, tatapusin po muna natin yung succeeding pa pong dalawang klase po from 3-4. Okay, thank you very much po. So now, let me call on and welcome our co-faculty, the moderator for section 3-4, Professor Edna Moniz.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, reactors, Professor Len Fernandez-Isip and Professor Nati Taduan Esperas. Okay, as well as good morning also to our Dean, Ramir Cruz, and Chairperson Josephine de la Isla. The first presenter for LOM 3-4 are Jenica Rohel, Rose Ann Angkog, Mr. John Rusca Lesser, and Ms. Grizel Tanyahura, and their research is entitled iCare Crisis Management Techniques Practiced by Security Personnel in PUP Santa Mesa Campus. Take it away, guys. Hello.
Good morning po.
Hi, ma'am. Good morning po. Do you see my screen now, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay po. So let's start. Crizel, are you there?
Yes, am I loud and clear?
Yes, you are.
So let's proceed. To our dean, to our research advisors, to the panelists, to the chairperson and members, to my co-researchers, I am Crizel Tanyuhura and I would like to greet you all a very pleasant day. With an acknowledgement to our research advisors Dr. John Harold Malonzo, and Mrs. Edna Muniz, we are honored to present to you our research entitled Crisis Management Techniques Practiced by Security Personnel in PUP Santa Mesa, together with my co-researchers, Ms. Rohel, Ms. Ancog, and Mr. Ruska. To begin with our topic, let's move on with the introduction. Then and now, people are experiencing different kinds of crises. Crisis management is a process designed to prevent or lessen the damage a crisis can inflict on an organization and its stakeholders. Security personnel were chosen to be the focus of this study because they are the closest and one of the responsible in crisis management when it comes to schools. This study needs to know the knowledge, attitude, awareness, and practices of security personnel crisis management techniques. There are 90 security personnel in PUP Santa Mesa in total, and we have 50 respondents composed of Mabini Campus, the College of Communication, College of Engineering and Architecture, Condotel Building, Institute of Technology, and Hasmin Building. The researchers selected PUP Santa Mesa, Manila because they were part of the students who are currently studying on one of its colleges, which is Institute of Technology. So let's move on with the statement of the problem. This study was conducted to assess the levels of attitude, knowledge, awareness, and practices of the respondents in terms of crisis management techniques of the selected Polytechnic University of the Philippine security personnel. And specifically, it sought to answer the sub-problems. What are the levels of the respondents in terms of crisis management techniques? In terms of the following attitude, awareness, knowledge, and practice. To deepen this topic, may I call on Ms. Rohel to furthermore discuss this point. Thank you.
So, hello, do you hear me clearly, guys?
Yes po.
Okay. So, before we proceed to the scope and limitation, wait, medyo lag po yung laptop. So, I will present to you the researchers. So, the researchers, this study was conducted by the third year students from Polytechnic University of the Philippines who are currently taking a diploma in office management technology with specialization in legal management. The proponents' main objective is to assess the levels of attitude, knowledge, awareness, and practices in terms of crisis management techniques of the selected Polytechnic University of the Philippines security personnel. So below are the pictures or the image of the researchers. First one is Rosie Ancog. Second is me. Third is Lester John Ruska. And the last is Crisel Tanyahura. So we will proceed now to the scope and limitation of the study. So the scope and limitation of the study. This study was conducted to determine if Polytechnic University of the Philippines security personnel are aware of the crisis management techniques based on their attitude, knowledge, awareness, and practice. So there are 50 security personnel in PUP Santa Mesa campus that participated as the respondents of the current study. The respondents of the study composed of 21 security personnel from the main campus, 5 from the College of Communication, 7 from the College of Engineering and Architecture, 5 from the Condotel Building, 5 from the Institute of Technology, which is our college, and last is 7 from the Hasmin Building. So the teachers, students, employees, and other staffs and other departments are also not included in this study. Next one is the significance of the study. So the researchers believe that this study will also provide basis for better understanding of how the security personnel of PUP Santa Mesa handle the crisis that occurs within the campus in terms of the attitude, the knowledge, the awareness, and the practices. The result of the study could also give a crucial and benefits to the following. First is the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. So this study is important to the university since it has a role in securing the safety of every students who are already enrolled in the campus. It is can be a basis in identifying the needs and concern of the security personnel that will be needed to establish a better practices. Second is security personnel. It has a vital role of security personnel to ensure the safety of everyone within the school. This also will let them know how really important to have a crisis management techniques to maintain the peace and order, and also for them to become aware what improvements they can be done in regards to the crisis management practices. Next one is the educators. So the educators will the study will also help them to support the continuous learning of the students about the crisis management techniques. And also they will also be aware that as an educator, they are also have the responsibilities to the safety of their students. And the next one is the parents. It is also important for them to know if their children are safe or secured when they are in the campus. And next one is the parents. Next one is the students. So the students will it will help the students to be more aware if their safety within the campus is really secured. And the last one is the future researcher. So this study will also help them, and it is worthy to the students of different university for their decision making on their future research. And also, this can be a source of information for them to understand the practices done by the security personnel to maintain the security of everyone within the campus. So for the research instrument, may I call on Lester Ruska? Les, are you there?
Uh, Hello? Hello? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we
All
hear
right.
you.
Okay. Um, for the research instrument, this study used research-made questionnaires as a research instrument in order to get the cost-effective and data in a short period of time. And the respondents can fill out the questionnaires at their own will. Excuse me. The questionnaires are divided in four. First is the level of attitude, to know how they act towards crisis. Second is their knowledge, to make sure that they know what they need to do. Third is awareness, just to make sure that they are no longer ignorant with crisis situations. And lastly, practices of the respondents in terms of the following crisis management techniques. Next slide, please. May I call on Rose Ancog for the next slide po.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ruska. And now, let's proceed to the results and discussion of this study, wherein the results of the data analysis that came from the collected and processed data are being presented. And in respondents' attitude towards crisis management, as you can see, loyalty, respect, and professionalism, an equal share of works, do trainings, received right salary and benefits, and taking control to crowds and events had a verbal interpretation of strong, which signifies that it is really important for the respondents that they are really loyal with their jobs and they do have respect for everyone, especially to those who are higher than them. So they need to always practice being professional no matter what. Also, they do really give importance engaging themselves with a lot of training so they can acquire more knowledge like safety practices, and then they apply it when needed, especially when handling a large crowds and events to prevent of having crisis situations. And they also get the right amount of salary and benefits for the work that they've done, but sometimes they feel unease because they feel that their coworker is not doing their fair share of works. Meanwhile, the angriness, physical danger, and panic had the verbal interpretation of moderate, which indicates that the respondents rarely encounter aggressive types of people within the university, so they only feel that their job is not really physically dangerous and they are not easily got panic when an unauthorized person or an outsider enter the university. And lastly, use of firearms had the verbal interpretation of weak, which means that the respondents have a mindset that it is really not necessary to use firearms use a to use when a crisis occurs. And now, let's go to the next table, which is the awareness. The awareness of the respondents towards crisis management. And here, properly screened and trained, policies and procedures, possible crisis situations, managing problems, and aware to limitations had a verbal interpretation of strong. This only shows that before they got hired as a security personnel in PUP, they undergo with trainings and the university makes sure that they screen them properly, like checking their backgrounds, and the respondents are also fully aware to the policies and procedures in place regarding with school safety. And aside from that, excuse me, and aside from that, they are really aware to the possible crisis that they might encounter when they become PUP security personnel. And as for them, they can manage it well because they do have characteristics that a security personnel must acquire to help them handle it effectively. Lastly, as a security personnel, the respondents are really aware with their limitations, especially when a crisis is currently happening. On the other hand, carelessness, outsiders, paranoia, failure to avoid issues, and being blamed had a verbal interpretation of moderate, which means that the respondents are slightly aware that there are unauthorized persons who enter the university without gate pass or IDs, and in order to avoid the instances of letting a crisis occur, they practice being paranoid to the possibility of something that can cause a crisis, but they are doing it only sometimes. And also, they also moderately failed to solve a particular problem that occur within the university, and sometimes because of their carelessness crisis occur, but there are also times that they got blamed to a particular situation by the officer higher than them, even though they are not on duty that time. And here in next slide, in respondents' knowledge towards crisis management, as you can see, all of the statements had the verbal interpretation of strong. It shows that the respondents have enough knowledge in terms of emergency hotlines, fire, fire extinguisher positions, nearest fire stations, and actions to possible crises as crisis management techniques practiced by the PUP security personnel. And in terms to calmness to bomb threats and data on sakuna, first aid, and precautionary measures during earthquakes and disasters, nearest hospitals and stampede control, they are prepared in any situations that might happen and they know how to control people that was under their supervision. And in the last table, next slide, thank you. Just like in the previous table, it all had a verbal interpretation of strong, which denotes that the respondents are dedicated and strict to do the practices towards crisis management, such as planning and preparing, quick response, working activations and guidelines, constituting a crisis responsible strategy in communication, simulation exercises, analysis after crisis, daily monitoring time, transparency, and public trust and credibility. And so they can be trusted by the people under their supervision, and they are credible to the informations when it comes to university. And they really make sure that they have effective preparation, planning, and monitoring strategies in every situation, whether it is before or after a crisis happens, so that they can decrease the possibility of getting a crisis gets worse and decrease its damages. And next slide. Okay. And after analyzing the results of the data, the researchers conclude that the crisis management of the security personnel in Polytechnic University of the Philippines in Santa Mesa campus is well established. It only proves that the PUP security personnel is providing the university the security and protection that it needs, especially to the students and to the other people who are working in the university. And they had ample and adequate attitude, awareness, and knowledge and practices level enough to maintain the peace and order in the university towards crisis management. That's all. Thank you for listening.
So before we end this, we'll come back in the diagram. So this is our diagram, our conceptual framework. The input includes the levels of the respondents in terms of crisis management techniques, which are the attitudes, awareness, knowledge, and practices. While in the process, it includes the descriptive research design, quantitative method, purposive sampling, research made questionnaire, survey questionnaires, percentage weighted mean. So for the output, the crisis management techniques practiced by security personnel of the PUP Santa Mesa. Crisel?
We would like to extend our gratitude to our and sincere appreciation to our friends, families, and most especially to Dr. John Hero Manso and Edna F. Muniz for guiding us with all the best they can to give and to support us in making this study a reality. So thank you.
Welcome.
Muniz, we can continue to our next group. Thank you po.
Okay, our next group group is composed of their leader, Princess Divine Rias, Angel Carion, Jam April Ambrose, and then Alicia Pinto, Zaira Princess Talisayon, and then Risa Nunez. The title of their research is Factors Influencing Purchasing Intention and Financial Literacy of LOMT Sophomores. Take it away, guys. Good luck.
Can you see my screen po?
Yes.
Okay po.
Did you hear me po?
Uh-huh.
Good morning, everyone, to our dean, professors, fellow students, and panelists. We are here together with my groupmates from LOMT34 under the advisory of Ms. Edna Muniz and Mr. John Harold Malonzo Today, we will be discussing the study that we did in regard to the factors influencing purchasing intention and financial literacy of LMT sophomores in the PUP Institute of Technology. To express our views in a clearer manner, we created this visual presentation that will help you understand what our study is all about. Next slide. The proponents of this study are the students from Polytechnic University of the Philippines and taking diploma in office management technology with a specialization in legal management. The proponents conducted a quantitative research concerning about the factors influencing purchasing intention and financial literacy of LLMP sophomore students in PUP Institute of Technology. Proponents plan to do this research to help LLMP sophomore students to decide smartly. To begin with, I'd like to introduce to everyone our first presenter, Ms. Talisayan.
Okay. Fact. Am I loud and clear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mom.
Yes, you are.
Factors influencing purchasing intention and financial literacy of LOMP sophomores. The millennials are the generation of young people born between 1980 and 2000 and known for being civic-oriented, especially when they purchase something they want or they need. Millennials constitute a large population and their purchasing power is making them an attractive target for many consumers industries. Millennials' purchasing power is no joke in terms of this. They rely on social media, stick to the brands they know, and buy products they truly trust and demand the highest level of dependability from all the models. And in 2013, Nielsen stated that the complex amalgam is the purchase decision pattern of millennials which used to replace one or more missing needs and desires. As cited by NetSource, millennials surpassed baby boomers as the largest living adult generation in 2019. This means that the millennials make up a huge percentage of consumers and have immense buying power. The buying power of millennials are undeniable. Growing up as a digitally native generation, adolescents are important developers of trends because they have considerable discretionary spending power and difficult to ignore due to the scale of the global adolescent population. And the amount of the allowances being received by the teenagers varies across different families. Teenagers from average families spend depends on how much allowances they have, which is very limited. In other words, they are more cautious than teenagers from wealthier families who have families who have the easier access to culture images and more likely to succumb to social norms. And adolescents are able to sum up and plan future expenditure allowances and incomes. Consumer behavior is affected by a variety of factors, including environmental, marketing, circumstances, personal, psychological, family, and community. When the commodity becomes noticeable to those whom the buyers admire, the effect appears to be the strongest. And the researchers aim to determine the factors affect the purchasing intention of chosen LOMT sophomores, which consist of 168 students to be part of their research. Next presenter, please.
Hello. Good day. Am I loud and clear at your end?
Yes, you are.
Thank you for presenting the introduction, Ms. Talisayan. I am Elisha Faith R. Pinta, and let's now proceed to the statement of the problem. Okay, so the PUP Institute of Technology prepares a student for a career in management, legality, and nourishes student in financial matters in the business, particularly in the Department of Legal Office Management and Technology. that will outgrow to contribute the productivity and sustain improved efficiency. So efficiency and effectiveness, which are the keywords in management, are achieved through proper planning and control of activities, reduction
Hello,
of
Miss Pinto. Hello, Miss Pinto. May naririnig na sound. Baka electric fan mo. Mahina ang voice. Oh, may sound.
Okay, is everything fine now?
Ganun pa rin.
Hello? Hello?
Maugong siya, Miss Pinto.
Hello,
Baka
pacheck na lang po yung
naka-electric fan
earphone. Pacheck na lang po ng earphone, parang nag-ground po.
I'm not wearing any earphone, I'm sorry.
Hello po, pacheck na lang po yung earphone niyo po.
Yan, wala na.
Nag-ground po.
Okay.
Yan na naman.
Meron pa rin.
Wait for a second. Hello, how about right now?
Okay, may counting sound pa, pero malinaw na ang salita mo. Okay, may continue. Ayan na naman. Ayan na naman.
Ito siguro may problema yung earphone mo.
May umuugong na sound eh.
O yan. May problema siguro yung earphone.
Ma'am? Is it okay po na balikan na lang po natin siya? May difficulty po sa
Okay,
signal niya.
okay.
Thank you po.
Okay.
The researcher's conceptual framework explains what to expect and defines the importance variable for the study, as well as how they can relate to one another. The resources that the group has at their disposal reflected in the inputs, which is divided into factors influencing purchasing intention, levels of financial literacy, significant relationship, factors of purchasing intentions, and levels of literacy. The mediating mechanism that transforms input and outputs is known as the process, and it will be questionnaire, checklist, and Likert scale distribution to selected respondents, data collection and analysis, and data interpretation. The last one is output, which is factors influencing purchasing intention and financial literacy of LOMP sophomores. Next, please.
Hello, did you please hear me?
Yes.
Okay. For the scope and limitation, this study focuses on the factors that influence the purchasing intention and the financial literacy of LOMP sophomore of PUP Institute of Technology. The respondents of the study are a total of 168 students. Freshmen, junior students, and all other courses are not included in this study. Neither the other universities, colleges, institutions, teaching and non-teaching staff, administration staff, and employees. We choose these respondents to determine the factors that often encourage students to spend money from their purchasing intentions and know their way around finances. And the next is significance of the study for Mrs. Carion.
Significance of the study. This study will be beneficial to the following. First, to the management of business entities. The study will provide reliable information about customer wants in purchasing products. Second, to the owner of business. This will help them to be more creative and make strategies to attract more customers. Third, to the customer, the LOMT sophomores. This study will help them to be smarter in purchasing products. Fourth, to the researchers. Findings of the study will help the researcher to evaluate the factors influencing purchasing intentions and financial literacy of the customer. Lastly, to the future researchers. These research would serve as a reference for their studies and get some additional information. Research method will be discussed by Ms. Reyes.
Thank you, Ms. Carion. Research method. The researchers use descriptive method and person's correlation coefficient. In descriptive method is used to describe characteristic of a population or phenomenon being studied. According to McCombs 2019, the descriptive research aims to accurately and systematically describe a population, situation, or phenomenon. Also, as mentioned by COAS 2013, it described the research as a study to represent the respondents in accurate way. This method was designed to know something about a group of people who take part in the study to know their insight about the phenomenon. As stated by Waters 2017, correlation research design is used in two or more variables from the same group of participants to determine its relationship and the measure of it. The respondents of this study are the LOMT sophomores of Institute of Technology. The respondents are composed of 168 students, LOMT sophomores. Next slide, please. The information was collected, presented, and analyzed. The researchers used research-made questionnaire so that the researchers can easily get and rate the data they need. The draft questionnaire is based on the previous study of Carion, Directo, and Godino. We, the researchers, use this kind of instrument because questionnaire method saves time. Because the data we needed can be collected in a short period of time. The respondents can fill out the given questionnaires at will. From the given set of questions, the respondents need to follow the instruction given. The respondents need to fill out their demographic profile, such as name, course, and section. The survey questionnaire was divided into two parts. First is the factors influencing the purchasing intention, and the second one is the financial literacy test to know the knowledge of respondents regarding to handling their finances. And it composed of 15 items. The next presenter will be Ms. Nunez. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Am I loud and clear at your end?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
So I'm reasoning yes. Let's now proceed on the first table. This table shows the factors influence purchasing intention of LONT sophomore students, which classified into four sections. So the first section is the brand, wherein the statement 1 and 3 get a mean of 3.92 and 3.81 and both interpreted as agree, while the statement number 2 get a mean of 2.98, and interpreted as neutral. The next section is the quality, wherein the statement 1, 2, and 3 get a mean of 4, 3.91, and 3.44, and all can be interpreted as agree. The next section is the price section, wherein the statement 1 get the mean of 3.64 and interpreted as agree, while the statement 2 and 3 get the mean of 3.13 and 3.33 and interpreted as neutral. So lastly, the advertisement section, wherein the statement 2, 3, and 1 get a mean of 3.39, 3.10, and 2.96, and all can be interpreted as neutral. So therefore, most of the LOMT sophomore students agreed that the quality of product is an important factor in their buying decisions. And according to Quain 2019, that quality is critical to satisfying your customers and retaining their loyalty so they continue to buy from you in the future. Thank you. Next table.
Financial literacy test of LOMT sophomores from PUP Institute of Technology. Financial literacy test in table number 4 has 6 questions, and it shows that the average correct answers were 58% and the average wrong answers were 42%. Therefore, the LOMT sophomores have the knowledge in financing their finances. According to GoVel, financial literacy is important for college students because there are only 2 factors that determine college success today, and it's grades and money. And Dale stated that it's important because it gives us the knowledge and skills we need to manage our money. If we didn't have it, our financial decisions and actions would be without a solid foundation for success. That's it. Next slide, please.
For the last table, it indicates the summary statistic of the test for the significant relationship between the respondents' level of financial literacy and the factor influencing purchasing intention. The level of financial literacy have a strong negative relationship with the factors of purchasing decision. Therefore, there is a significant relationship between the LOMT sophomores and financial literacy and the factor influencing purchasing intention. This means that the higher a student's financial literacy level is, the more factors that affect their purchasing decision towards the product. The findings concluded stated that having financial literacy empowers people and help people to become self-sufficient and achieve financial stability. And this next slide, please.
Miss Pinto.
Hello? Am I loud and clear at your end?
Yes.
Okay.
Ayan ka
to
na pala,
begin
Pinto. Okay.
Okay, to begin
You're
again,
there.
I would like to proceed to our statement of the problem. So the PUP Institute of Technology develop a career management, legality, and nourish student financial matters, particularly in Department of Office Management and Technology, that will outgrow to contribute to the productivity and sustain improve efficiency. So efficiency and effectiveness are the 2 keywords in management to achieve the proper planning and control of activities, reduction, coordination, and all activities involving finances. Where this study desired to determine the factors that influence the purchasing intentions of the respondents. So number one, what are the factors influencing the purchasing intention of the respondents based on the questions, brand, quality, price, and advertisement? Number two, what are the levels of financial literacy of the respondents based on the financial literacy test? So from these questions, we created something that will approximate the financial knowledge of the students. So number three, is there any significant relationship between the factors of purchasing intention and levels of literacy? Next slide, please.
This study was composed and aimed to determine the factor that affects the purchasing intention and financial literacy of LLMT sophomores in the PUP Institute of Technology. After all the analysis, collection, and interpretation of the data, the researchers come up with the result that for the first question is that the factors that influence the LLMT sophomores when purchasing the product is they are after the quality of the product rather than the brand, price, and advertisement. Second is upon analyzing the data from 168 respondents, it was revealed that based on the given questionnaires regarding financial literacy tests, 58% have answered correctly, while the remaining 42% of the respondents, of course, answered it wrong. It means that most of the LRMP sophomores have knowledge in financial literacy. It represents that they are aware in how to handle their finances correctly. Third, if there is any significant relationship between the factors of purchasing intention and the levels of financial literacy, it resulted 0.022 significance relationship. There is relationship between factors of purchasing and considering their financial literacy. Therefore, the null hypothesis is rejected. Next slide. Ms. Pinto for the next slide.
Okay, so for the recommendation, this research is recommended to the consumers, entrepreneurs, and parents, and the PUP ITech students, and of course, the future researchers. This for them to provide an additional knowledge about the factors of the different factors of the financial literacy and the other varies of it. These consumers should understand the factors that influence when they are purchasing products and their financial literacy in order to make the best decision for a good quality. And for the entrepreneurs to analyze different consumer wants, needs, as well as their financial stability. And for the parents, this will help them to influence and guide their children in purchasing the right product and to be wise consumer in the future. And of course, for the students, this for them to understand in order to be aware, smart, and avoid buying products that is not worth it and regret after on. And for the future researchers, for similar or related study may use to revise this research for a useful reference in their study in case. That's all.
Conclusion. Most of the respondents perceive that good quality and affordable one is the most influential factor that affects the factors influencing purchasing products. In other words, teenagers nowadays are caught by good advertising strategies of different companies. In terms of the factors in purchasing products, the respondents are most involved in well-known products. This means that the LOMT sophomores are highly involved in the decision process of buying familiar brand that they know.
Um,
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for listening and paying attention to our study. We would like to express our special thanks of gratitude to our professors, Mr. John Harold Malonzo, with the guidance of Ms. Edna Muniz, in helping our team in finalizing this research paper. We are hopeful that our research will be able to contribute to the empowerment of the student, as well as to the management and businesses today.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you very much. Okay. To continue our symposium, so we're calling back again the attention of our previous presenters. The impact of PUP memes to the Sintang Paaralan image brand as perceived by UBEL students, a phenomenological study. Okay, so we now call on to our reactors, Professor Marilyn Isip and Professor Natividad Esparas. Good morning again, ma'am. So this will be our interactive portion with our students. You can now lay down your questions to ma'am. The section is DLOMT 33. Okay, so calling again the DOLMT 33. With the title, The Impact of PUP Memes to the Sintang Paaralan Image Brands. Hello? Are you there na ang mga students? Yeah. Okay. So ready na po sila?
Yes po.
Okay, ready na po kayo. So, we're going to call again to our to the attention of our reactors. Hello, good morning, ma'am. Professor Isip. And Ma'am Nati. Opo, sino pong gusto niyo?
Hindi kami nagre-react kasi.
Ma'am Isip, ma'am, Professor Isip.
Good morning po, ma'am.
Good morning po. Salosa po.
Okay. Yes. So again, congratulations to our LOMT students, Street 3. Okay, they presented well the impact of PUP memes. So again, may I just ask how they conduct the interview? How they conduct the interview? This is a quality research, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. How do you conduct your interview?
We interview 5 students, 5 university-bound students from different universities. We conduct it by one-to-one interview, ma'am.
Face-to-face. You mean face-to-face, right?
Yes po.
Hindi pa tayo ng mga ECQ. Kaya na-conduct nyo tong face-to-face. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many informants itong nakuha natin?
5 informants po from different universities.
From different. So you meaning how many universities? Like in Aries, how many students? 1 or 2?
Only one student from each university, ma'am.
Okay, so we have Aries, we have Centro Escolar. What else?
UE, ma'am, and FEU and National University.
Yeah, okay, in NU. Okay. All right. So, do you have any knowledge how many schools are there in the U-Belt? So when we say U-Belt, ito ba yung Moraita?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any knowledge how many universities we have there? Hindi, sabi mo lang kung yes or no, hindi ko naman kita pahihirapan. Kabisado ba kung ilan lahat yung mga schools na nandun? So na meron tayong FEU, may NU, Centro Escolar, ayan, di ba? Meron dyan mga San Sebastian. Si Mama Muniz, alam na alam niya yan, ilalakad niya yan. Do you have any
Mo ako, ha?
Yeah, may St. Jude ba ba? May St. Jude ba dyan? Oh, hindi naman sila higher ed. Ang St. Jude. Or may college. May college din, right? I mean,
Walang college. Walang college
wala.
sa St. Jude. Elementary lang at high school.
I see. Okay. All right, siguro hindi familiar si Miss ano ang pangalan mo? Miss wait a minute Miss Abigail, no? Miss Abigail. So you interviewed 5 students, right? So hindi mo natanong mo ba yung although yung part of the ethics, kung natanong ba natin siya or nalaman ba natin kung ito ay freshman, sophomore, junior, or first year, second year, third year, fourth year, itong mga na-interview natin?
No, ma'am.
Hindi na. So parang na lang to, parang ambush interview.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what, parang mga ambush interview, no? And when you conduct your study, pinakita mo ba yung website natin or tinanong ba natin kung aware sila doon sa sinasabi natin mga memes, paano nila na-encounter yon or napanood ba nila bago mo sila tinanong?
Yes, ma'am. First, we asked them what is their perception about the PUP, and then we showed them the PUP.
When you say perception of PUP, when it comes to what? A PUP in general ba yon, or to the students, or yung school ng PUP? Ano yung perception na tinanong natin dyan?
In general po, ma'am.
In general, okay. And then?
We showed them, ma'am, the PUP memes we have. We have it in our research paper.
Yung printed materials na dala nyo.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
hindi nyo pinakita sa video, sa cellphone, hindi?
Hindi po, ma'am.
Oo. So, can you cite some memes na pinakita nyo sa mga in-interview nyo, sa informants
Yes,
nyo?
ma'am. I'll share the screen, ma'am.
Sige. Please.
Here's the sample of PUP memes, ma'am.
All right. And kayo naman, where did you get that memes? Mismo ba sa website natin yan? Or
Yes, ma'am.
official?
The Facebook page of PUP memes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So, eto yun, yung mga memes na ito. Okay. And then, after showing it to them, next is?
We have their perception, ma'am, about PUP after they see the PUP memes.
All right. Okay. So so ibig sabihin, itong mga printed memes na ito, ipinakita natin, no, sa mga estudyante, and then you ask them about their perception to PUP, no? And then you have guided questions, right? With you. Okay. So same ba yung guided, from your guided questions, same yung mga itinatanong natin sa mga informants natin, ano? Same, sabi nyo nga ay 5 lang. Lima lang. No? Well, anyway, so sa LOMT, ang research ba natin dito, ma'am, sa LOMT, isang ano lang, ano, isang SEM lang, tama ba ako? Ma'am, sino yung ating nagpa-facilitate?
Isa lang po siya. Tapos nasa business kasi siya nakafocus.
Yes, tama.
Ganon.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Business
why
research, ma'am. Business research.
Yeah, business research. Okay. That's why I'm asking kasi ano nga no, yung ating kasi is very limited talaga na yung mga
And
respondents.
we are selling the PUP.
Yes, tsaka one sem lang siya. Ganun kabilis.
Through memes, mabilis eh.
Ganun kabilis. Oo, totoo. Kaya ano, naalala ko na kasi unlike other research na merong say research 1, no, that's part 1.
Oh yeah.
Chapter 1, 2 to 3.
1 to 3.
Okay, yes, oo, okay. Well, natutuwa pa din
Isang
ako.
bigla siya.
Oo, kasi ano, I mean, nakakapag-produce tayo ng ganitong mga research, no? So,
Thanks to Dr. Harold Malonzo yan.
Yes.
Yan ang aming advisor sa research.
Yes, oo. Pero siguro kung pero yun na nga kasi dahil one sem lang ito, kaya mahirap din talaga pagka maraming respondent. Pero ano na lang siguro to advice kung sa mga respondent natin para maging internationally accepted siguro siya. Pwedeng dagdagan lang ng onte. Parang I don't know the international standards kung how many sa bagay. Kapag pheno nga kahit isa lang di ba, na live experiences accepted na. But anyway, it depends on the study. Well, understandable kasi one sem, okay. No problem regarding that. Eto nga no. Binigay na nating lahat doon sa informants no, yung mga memes, mga different memes na nakikita nila. Okay. So ano na ako doon? Naklaro na ako doon, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Tapos, yun na lang. Pwede ko ulit bang makita yung yung sa SOP, mabilisan lang and then recommendations. Kahit yung nandito na lang. Para hindi na tayo mag-change ng yung SOP muna. Okay. Anyway. Sige.
Ganda ni Ma'am Ben.
Kaya hindi ko pinapakita yan yung mga pictures. Ay, sorry. Ako yung mga tawa natin, mga unique. Ayan, yung SOP natin.
SOP. Statement of the problem.
Yun.
Dalawa lang.
So, ito yun. Ito yung ating SOP. So, dito sa SOP nyo, this is about the memes images. Pinakita natin ito, no? And then yung kanilang perceptions. What is the brand being promoted? Okay. Based on what they read in social media. So, meaning, we assume na yung informant natin ay may mga nababalitaan din o nababasa in social media about PUP. We assume or sigurado tayo. Yung mga informant ba natin ay, kumbaga parang yung sa background nila, medyo talaga may idea sila kung saan itong PUP at ano itong PUP, no? Miss Researcher?
Yes, ma'am. Since they study at the university belt, we know that they have an information or knowledge about the PUP.
Okay. And then what is the brand being promoted? Sige, tingnan na natin sa recommendation. Thank you for the SOP, no? Tingnan natin yung recommendation. Recommendation agad no? Wala. Ayan. Kasi, Siguro, sorry anak, balikan natin anak yung findings na lang muna. Findings before the recommendations. Summary of findings, ayun na. Ayan. So, itong mga summary of findings is based on doon sa guided questions ninyo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Competent students based on the gathering data for findings are the following. Performing competent students, yeah, exercising, okay. Image ba? So, puro positive, right? Ayan. So, eto na lang. Eto. Hindi ko lang alam kung positive to o negative joke. Activities, good quality education, ayan, building. Okay, so ito yung mga findings. And then, number 3, lower the brand quality. Pag sinabi natin lower the brand, so what do you mean by that?
On that number 3, ma'am, it shows the positive and negative impact of PUP memes to the Sintang Paaralan as perceived by the UBEL students. So the lower the brand quality of Polytechnic University of the Philippines is the negative impact, while the increase the competencies of students is the positive impact, ma'am.
So ito din ay based on doon sa mga memes na nilalabas na natin ng PUP?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Sige, punta na tayo sa recommendations. Ayun. Yes. So siguro pagka pinagtabi natin yung findings at saka si recommendations, 'di ba? Pag pinagtabi natin siya, look at the recommendation. So the policy should comply with its agenda. Medyo parang nalihis lang. Nalihis kasi dito sa una mong findings, ang findings natin is regarding the performance of the student. Tama ba ako? No? And then medyo sige. Pag pinagtabi natin siya, ayan, about the free education, the performance, exercising. Wala sa facilities. Kaya medyo lang nalito ako. Balik tayo na doon sa sa recommendations. Ayun. See? Nakita mo na yung difference nila nung yung summary of findings mo, no, mga achievements, okay, mga about free education. Tapos pagdating sa recommendations mo, ang number 1 mo is regarding the facilities and equipment, no? Siguro pagka yan, pagka itinatapat natin doon based on the findings at saka sa SOP, kasi yun ang magkakatapat na no? Kung ano yung SOP natin, ano yung naging summary of findings natin. And then from that, yung recommendations, doon din magbe-base para hindi tayo naliligaw, right? Kasi tingnan mo yung recommendations natin, it's about the facilities and equipment. No? Yun, medyo nalito ko doon, medyo nalito lang ako. Tingnan pa natin, PPED is provide an evaluation per semester. Eto, okay na to number 2, no? About their perception, kaya lang about the facilities ulit, no? Okay, then number 3, kasi meron naman tayong evaluations. Meron din tayo mga suggestion box, no, na pinoprovide si PUP. Kasi importante to, like if you are claiming na meron tayong, of course, hindi naman tayo 100% talaga perfect ang PUP, no? So importante na malalaman natin yung mga suggestions and what to improve, no? So yun lang, medyo lang ako nalilito kasi regarding nga doon sa naging findings natin and sa recommendations. Then number 3 mo, ayun, balik na tayo doon sa totoong topic natin, which is the memes, no? Should not involve themselves and PUP memes for this show that the students do really exercise their academic freedom. However, they may suggest idea to improve the branding of university. Ayun. Okay. Ayan. So, dito sa memes natin, yun. Okay. Yun na nga, no? Doon sa sinasabi natin kasi nga, kilala tayo, ang PUP, meron tayong academic freedom, no? Kaya ine-exercise natin yon. Kaya, pag sinala ng CMO yan, ng ating Communication Management Office, hindi na, wala na tayong tinatawag na academic freedom. Anyway, siguro don't take it seriously. Hindi ko naman sinasabi don't take it seriously like yung toilet bowl natin, no? Kung makikita nyo ngayon, nakabalik na ba kayo sa PUP, mga anak? Sa PUP main, I'm talking about PUP main. Pero siguro iba-iba kasi ang building ninyo ay nandun along Porasa, right? Sa PUP main building kasi yun naman talaga ang problema. Nag-aaral pa kami dyan. You asked Ma'am Muñiz, ano? Yun talagang comfort rooms. Kasi nakita ko yung sa memes ninyo. Oo eh. Kasi pagka nasa third floor, fourth floor ka na, hina ng tubig, no? Kaya ano, but sabi ko nga, itong mga memes na to, siguro kino-consider din ng management, no? Kaya dapat yung mga results din ito ng mga studies natin na ma-publish din or na-provide din sila ng mga copy, no? Ng mga ating mga ito nga yung ating mga results na ito para na kukul din yung attention. And I believe yung ating bagong presidente ngayon ay talagang tinututukan yung mga student needs. So dito pa lang sa memes, no, ako nga medyo na-amaze din. Sa memes pala ay affected na rin ang ating mga estudyante, right? So regardless kung negative or positive itong mga memes na ito, pero somehow no, parang ito pala ay akala natin ito ay katuwaan lang, parang walang effect, no? Pero because you parang you conduct a study regarding this, parang ano rin pala, siniseryoso rin pala no ng ating mga estudyante itong mga memes natin. Kaya nakakatuwa no na ito ay although sasabihin natin maliit pero hindi siya maliit o malaki na ikakaunlad ng ating sintang paaralan dapat nabibigyan ng importansya, right? So siguro yung mga suggestion na yan kailangan talaga siguro i-just include na lang sa mga recommendations na huwag isa sa walang bahala, especially the office that is I don't know if I'm right, no? Let us ask Ma'am Bonaobra kung ang CMO office ang bali na nangangasiwa, no, when it comes to social media o website ng ating PUP. Tama ba ako doon, Ma'am Bonaobra?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, for the benefit of the students right now, if they have to visit the university, all of the, in reality po ito mga anak kasi I keep on visiting PUP sa ngayon na regarding the recommendations that had been posted in these researches, every floors ay nagkaroon na po ng pagbabago. Yes. And I think ito pong mga napansin po natin, maybe because ito po yung pinakahuli, but definitely as we go along with the university or as we visit our university, lahat po ng mga nandito ay nabago na. So yes. If you come visit our university, yung mga recommendations niya na nakalagay dyan, especially yung ating mga comfort rooms and so on and so forth, there are a lot of changes that have happened. And at the same time, siguro just to make sure that na yung binigay po ni Ma'am Isip sa atin, yung atin pong PUP memes, not necessarily it's part of the CMO or they are not aware of this particular memes, na maybe ito ay memes na nakikita po natin on a particular memes lang po ng mga bata. But yes. Unfortunately, ang CMO po, as much as possible, meron naman po tayong freedom wall. But I think yung inyong memes po siguro, kaya hindi din po alam ng ating university, simply because, or the CMO, ito ay memes po ng naka-design lang po yata sa mga estudyante. And there's no such administrators na talagang anticipated or aware
pwedeng mag-control, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, tama. Pero sabi ko nga, Ma'am Bonaobra, siguro it's good then or it's good to know na yung palang mga memes na yan ay
May seryoso.
Oh, yes, nabibigyan pansin
Opo.
din, nung awareness. Kaya siguro, magandang idea din yan,
Mapabatid.
suggestions
Yes,
na,
ma'am.
oo, na mapoprovide din ng copy ang ang CMO
Yes,
na,
ma'am.
oo, na ito yung mga memes. So, ibig sabihin, it reflects. Tama nga naman.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, siguro kaya nga tayo napunta sa facilities, no? Because
Yes,
of the memes. Siguro, it's lang, yung konting na lang siguro yun sa recommendations. But
Yes,
anyway, nandito naman lahat. Medyo nagkaroon lang ng kalituhan.
Yes,
siguro.
ma'am.
Okay. So anyway, napaliwanag naman natin. So thank you so much sa grupo ng mga memes team na ito. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much po. Ma'am Jope. Okay, so for our next reactor po, may I call on Ma'am Nati for another question po sa ating pong group 1.
Wala na kasi yung question ko rin na itanong naman ng nagulhan talaga rin ako dun sa recommendation
dun sa kanila
sa findings. Tsaka siguro, oo, tsaka kasi parang hindi ko rin nakita yung paano nila yung negative at tsaka yung positive. Paano nila parang hindi nga nagtugma. Tapos yun na sa facilities. But just like what Ma'am Len said na, yung siguro nga kasi yung equipment sa pinakita talaga, doon is more on problema naman talaga yung facilities. Pero all in all, when it comes to instructional materials, okay naman ang masasabi natin pumapantay din naman ang pinito when it comes to it. Pero siguro nga, kaya siguro sila nag-focus dun sa facilities kasi nga, yun yung karamihan ng memes.
Yes po.
Pero more or less, okay yung nila, presentation nila.
Nagbabasa ka ng memes, Ma'am Nati, ha? Halata.
Nakita ko sa kanila ngayon eh. Hindi, nakita ko sa kanila. Kasi nga, parang puro facilities ang nakikita ko. So, parang hindi na siya, yun, mga ganun. Tapos yung lang, nakukulangan lang kasi doon sa, tulad ng sabi nga ni Ma'am Len, yung number of respondents din, bakit 5 lang. Tapos, ibang university pa parang hindi magiging masyadong.
Phenomenology po kasi siya. Yan po yung ratio ng ng number of respondents.
Yeah, pheno siya.
Parang quality nata yung sa kanila, quali ata yan.
Pero phenomenology kasi siya.
Pero quali.
Qualitative ba yan o quanti?
Quali, Ate Nims.
Yan, pag pheno, quali yun.
Limited lang.
Quali na. Pag-5 lang kasi atang recommendation.
Okay po.
Na-explain na kasi to ni Sir Malonzo, di ba?
Oo, hanggang 5 lang talaga.
Okay po.
Pero pwede nyo naman i-saturate kung gusto.
Okay po.
Masakit nga lang sa bulsa yun.
At saka may limitations of time yung ating mga estudyante kasi nga 1 sem lang. Kaya sabi ko nga solve na nga ako to.
Thank you po.
Yeah.
All right. So, any other comment, Ma'am Esparas, before we continue with the next group?
Wala na po, ma'am.
Wala na po. Maraming salamat po. All right. So, remind ko lamang po para po sa ating mga nandito po sa ating Zoom account and then nandun po sa YouTube na after this morning session po ay magkakaroon pa rin po tayo ng another session for in the afternoon. Ito po ay para naman po sa ICT and of course, konting na lamang po at tayo po ay matatapos na po para po sa ating OMT now. So, moving on with the 5th presenter. So, ayan po, ang kanila pong title ay Efficiency of Marketing Mix. So, may I call on again, si Ma'am Nati po, unahin po muna natin para po sa katanungan sa ating pong 5th presenter.
So, dun sa efficiency of marketing mix, actually, solve ako dun sa pag-present nila nung nung kanilang paper. And although kasi hindi ako familiar din sa master book na yan, I never heard about it. Siguro kasi panggabi lang ako, hindi ko na makikita yan. Hirap lang. Hindi ko talaga.
Ma'am na sa Condotel.
Yes, ma'am.
So, hindi ko natapuntahan talaga. Hindi ko, so, pero yung marketing mix nga na nila, satisfied naman ako dun sa mga pinakita nila. Then meron naman din silang mga pinresent talaga nila malinaw yung mga details, yung mga data. So wala ko question about it. Pero congrats dun sa group 5 presenting.
Thank you po.
Salamat po, ma'am. For that matter, so I would like to congratulate Group 5. So kung si Ma'am Esparas po ay wala pong tanong, so dumako naman po tayo sa ating, kay Ma'am Len po, kay Ma'am Isip po, baka po mayroon pong katanungan. Sa ating pong 5th presenter po.
Hindi ay 2.5.
Okay. Hindi naman eksakto katanungan, Ma'am Denny. No?
Sige po.
Ito lang. Tapos sabay tatanungin ko lang din. Naka-curious ako kasi nga Santa Maria na ako. Saan ba itong na ito, Master Buffalo na ito? Kinumission ba ang ating mga estudyante para gawaan sila ng research?
Yeah. Madagdag lang dyan, Ma'am Isip, dyan kumakain mga estudyante. Instead na gumagamit sila ng kutsara,
medyo mura na.
Parang gloves sa plastic.
Saan yan? Nasaan yan? Saan
Sa
banda yan?
Sa Condotel yan.
Yung kung alam mo dating shipbon, yung parang doon klap-klap pang pumalit. Nakakain kami dyan.
Tapat ng engineering ba yan? Tapat ng engineering building?
GSIS.
GSIS.
Tapat ng GSIS.
So din sa gilid nyo.
So, sa tapat mismo kasi
Yung Condotel.
Oo. Yes. Ayun. Etong mga marketing mix na ito, okay. So, under ng business. So, kasi, nasagot na ni Ma'am Bunyon kanina. So, ito ay yung business students kasi sila. Kasi,
business research, Ma'am.
Business research ang focus sa mga batang ito. Oo, tama. Okay. Yung na lang, sige, research, ayun. May nabanggit kasi sila na sa yung researcher made instrument. No, asa na ba yung ating mga sino ba ang nila? Tawag dito. Natawa tuloy ako kay Ma'am Jean eh. Sabi niya, sino yung speaker of the house nila? Si Ace ba? Si Antoinette? Sino yung speaker of the house nyo, mga anak?
I think si tutor po yata, Ma'am. Rex? Ikaw ba, Rex?
Tutor, si Rex?
Opo.
Ayan, Rex.
Yes po, Ma'am.
Rex. Tama ba ako doon sa nilagay nyo researcher made?
Yes po, Ma'am, yung questionnaire po.
Yeah. Yun doon ba sa ninyo, yung sa questionnaire, siguro naman SOP ito na pa-validate natin ito, no? Kasi sabi nyo researcher made eh. Sino-sino yung mga nag-validate ng questionnaire ninyo? O wala na rin tayong time doon para ma-validate pa yung mga questionnaire?
Opo.
Sir Malonzo po.
Si Sir na lang ang nag-validate.
Si Dr. Malonzo po.
Dr. Malonzo, and yun na nga, siya na lang baga.
In-approve na kasi niya.
Yes. Sa bagay nga again, yung limitation of time na naman natin kasi 'di ba pagka kung yan ay may part 1 at part 2, diyan pa lang sa validation of questionnaire pa lang nahihirapan na yung mga bata. Okay. Okay. Anyway, na-validate naman pala yan. So, yun siguro yung significance na lang. Significance of study natin. Papa-flash na lang Sir Rex.
Okay po, Ma'am.
Significance of study. Ayan, so nakatutok tayo sa government, even doon sa recommendations. Sa government tayo nakatutok. Ayan, yung sa government. So, ayun. So, talaga namang, may commission ba talaga kayo dito sa Master Buffalo na ito? Talaga nga, parang minamarket nyo talaga yung Master Buffalo. Ayan. Meron pa ba? Meron pa ba sa significance? Business students. Ayun, yung sa government. The researcher, government. The researcher will benefit benefit them to monitor if the entrepreneurs are using effective marketing. Oo. Ano naman. Well, anyways, dito na lang yung sa government. So, ang magiging significant nito siguro. Pero alam ko doon sa conclusions, recommendations ninyo, nakalagay na doon. Nakalagay na rin dito that might expand the market economy. Kasi sabi ko dito, nakapaloob na din when you say market economy, kung tama ako, no, Rex, syempre, yung tax ang inaano ng government natin dito doon tayo higit na nakikinabang din, 'di ba? Or na may pakinabang para yung tax na mako-collect from this mga entrepreneur ay napapakinabangan natin like sa mga roads and other mga services, no, ng atin ng Pilipinas. Okay, so eto na, okay na, nakita ko na. So wala na akong katanungan, Sir Rex. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you po.
Oo, okay. Okay.
Maraming salamat po, ma'am.
Yes, Nati naman.
Opo, kay Ma'am Nati naman po tayo.
Mamaya. Nauna ako.
Opo. Actually, ma'am, tatawagin po kita, ma'am, para po sa
susunod.
Lusot si Sen.
Hindi
mo lumusot.
Ma'am, tandaan mo, ma'am, that is one of my talents.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. Okay po,
Seni, ang sabi mo, biglaan. Ba't ako na naman ulit una?
Ma'am
Actually,
Nati.
ma'am, nailusot ko lang.
Yes. Ma'am Nati, makinig ka. Kasi chief yan. Remember, chief yan si Ma'am Seni.
Kakaiba lang yung spelling ni Ma'am Nati.
Opo. Ma'am, wag mo nang ma'am. Iyan mo na muna. Sikreto yun, ma'am. Jokes. Opo, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So to continue with our next presenter po, of course, again, tawagin po natin si Ma'am Nati para po sa isang katanungan. Kung meron po katanungan sa ating presenter. Go ahead po, ma'am.
Okay. Doon sa, di ba yung pangatlo pang, actually, paariman natin po. Crisis management yung kanilang topic. Hindi na to, di ba?
Palit ng
Hindi na
slide.
ito.
Palit ng slide.
Ma'am, yung isa po.
Masyado na
Palit ng
overwhelmed.
slide.
Number 6 na po, sir.
Number 6 na nga,
Number
di ba?
6 po. Ayan
So,
po.
Number
crisis
6.
management ng mga PUP security personnel, right?
Yes
Ayan.
Okay, may so, more or less...
Mali pa rin po.
Ayan.
Yan na.
So, okay yung mga nakita ko nila, may mga gathering, yung mga data nila, malinaw naman. Kaya lang meron akong, ang pinaka-question ko siguro sa kanila. Doon kasi sa, yung sa result kasi nila nung when it comes to attitude, parang hindi ako na-satisfy kasi ang pinaka result nila, sabi nila, well-established when it comes to handling the crisis management. Kaya lang, based dun sa result nila dun okay na? Pwede na po?
Okay na, ma'am. Go ahead po.
Okay, based dun kasi dun sa result nila, nabother lang ako dun sa awareness, dun sa attitude ng sa result ng attitude level nila. Kasi doon sa attitude level nila, ang unang is loyalty. Then okay naman pala, respect to Yun lang sa saan ba yun? Kasi parang nahuli yung parang ang dulo, yung result ay ang dulo kasi nung is first aid. Parang pangalawa yung location ng fire extinguisher. When it comes to crisis management, kasi hindi lang naman about fire, so bakit naging secondary? Parang ganon. Yun lang yung nakita kong nila na isa sa question ko, na yung result nung sa first aid, di ba kasi when it comes to crisis management techniques ng practice by security personnel, parang yun lang, nakulangan ako dun sa tama ba yung pagkakaintindi ko na ang layo nung first aid, kung ano yung pwedeng gawin na first aid when it comes to crisis management ng ating mga security personnel sa PUP Santa Mesa campus.
Alright. So, sino po ang representative po para po ipaliwanag yung hinahanap po ni ma'am? Miss Rohel, Miss Anpo, Miss...
Ay, wait lang po. Ma'am, si Miss Ancog po.
Okay po. Go ahead po. Miss Anpo, nandyan ka ba?
Ma'am, pwede po bang paulit-ulit yung tanong po? Hindi po medyo naging clear ka. Kay Ancog po yung tanong ni Ma'am Nati kanina.
Yung dun kasi sa, di ba, handling crisis natin. Tapos when it comes to yung result nyo nung knowledge, dun sa knowledge level, nabother lang ako kasi when it comes to crisis management, alam natin na different crisis management is deals with parang malaki, hindi lang sa fire. So nasa number ko kasi yung location ng mga fire extinguisher dun sa campus. Tapos parang pampito yung first aid. So ano masasabi niyo doon? Tapos kasi ang recommendation nyo is ang conclusion nyo is well-established yung ating crisis management technique na pinapractice ng security personnel natin. Sa palagay nyo, sa ganong result na mas importante kung saan nakalagay ano kaysa dun sa first aid, sa palagay nyo talaga well-established when it comes to crisis management?
Ma'am, siguro hindi lang din po yun yung factor, yung sa, yun nga po, ano po yun, yung fire extinguisher po. Siguro yung knowledge po about it. Wait, po ma'am. So, yun po ma'am. Ayun, siguro hindi lang din po kasi yun yung factor na naging basehan po kung bakit ganun yung naging result, which is yun nga po yung sa ibang first aid pa po, yung precautionary measures din, and SOS na tackle din about dun sa knowledge ng respondents.
Yeah, pero based kasi doon sa ano nyo yung doon sa mga result, doon sa knowledge, then doon sa even on the practice level, ang pinakaano nyo sa practice level, kung titignan nyo yung result nyo is yung public trust and credibility. Tapos ang parang ang baba nung meron isa na
Hello po, pa-mute lang po.
Nawala yung isa. Kasi may parang naano lang ako doon sa isang na weak, parang weak points nila na when it comes to crisis kasi hindi ko makita. Okay, anyway, siguro kung yung result ng ano yun, diba? Yun lang, kasi parang naano lang ako dun sa crisis kasi as a whole, diba? Presenter.
Yes po, sorry ma'am.
Diba as a whole? Diba po. Ayun lang, kaya kasi yung results and discussion nyo is sabi nyo.
Nakalagay na po as well established. Siguro, ayun din po, siguro ma'am, medyo din po doon, medyo questionable nga po yung part na yun. But, siguro, inano din po namin nga yung, ang tawag doon, ma'am, yung, hindi lang po yung practices na yon, which is, pati yung awareness nila and knowledge and the attitude towards the crisis management.
Oo nga, pero kung sabagay, nandun na kayo nandun sa mga
Opo. Naging basis din po kasi yon. Kaya parang nasabi po dun sa result na well-established. Kasi kung titingnan niyo po dun sa practices nga po, di ba ma'am, na yung working activations and guideline constituting a crisis is also number 3 din nila, and pagiging responsible is number 5 dun sa practices ng respondents, which is the security personnel. So, kaya din nasabi po dun sa result na well-established yun.
Yung sa practice level, is ang pinaka number one, yung pinaka-strong ano nyo doon is yung practice, public trust and credibility. Diba?
Yes po.
Pag-planning and prepare. Okay. Sige.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay po. So, again, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Nati. So, punta naman po ulit tayo kay Ma'am Isip po para po dito sa Group 6. Ma'am?
Yes. Good morning ulit sa grupo na to. Tingnan mo sila Ma'am Nati.
Morning din po, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning.
Ay, good afternoon.
Ay, good afternoon
12:15
na ba? Kaya pala
yes po.
nagugutom na ako.
Gutom na po.
Nati,
After ng Master Bupalo.
Yeah, walang palaan sa Shopee tsaka sa Lazada, no? Pero sa Grab,
may pag-grab.
Hindi ako nagbanggit niya. Kayo ang
Simple lang po yun, ha? Pero maliwanag yun.
Siomay ni Jean.
Master Buffalo, sabi ng bata.
Biglang yan.
Ang galing mo talaga, Ma'am Isip.
Pagkain pa ba? Na-joke lang. Ay, hindi kami mahilig ni Ma'am natin kumain. Di ba, Ma'am Nats? Alright. Okay, joke lang po yun. So, tinignan ko kasi yung apat na mga bata and to think one thing nga itong ginawa nila. Nakakatuwa, to 90 kamo lahat ng buong PUP security personnel natin, pero 50 lang yung ating respondent. So, I think that's good enough, no? At sa malamang sa hindi ay in good hands naman ang ating mga security personnel ngayon, no? Kasi ang director na natin ngayon yan, ikilala rin natin si Professor Artemus Cruz, no? Siya na yung pinaka-director ng ating security or pinaka-head ng security personnel, si Sir Art, right? Kaya kasi pag kukuha tayo ng security, kahit na dalawa kasi yung ating security, yung organic at saka yung tinatawag na
Blue Boys. Blue Boys, ma'am.
Oo, mga Blue Boys. Hindi ko lang alam kung siguro yun na lang tatanong ko sa ating mga presenters kung eto ba ay mix ng organic at ng Blue Boys or Blue Guard? Sino ang Speaker of the House dito? Si Miss Jenica, Miss Rose Ann?
Miss Angkog daw po.
Miss Angkog. Si Miss Rose Ann. Miss Rose Ann, mix ba ito yung in-interview ninyo or yung sinendan natin ng questionnaire? Ng Blue Guard and organic. Pag sinabing organic, ito yung mga may regular status kasi. Tapos yung Blue Guard ay through agency. Sila yung wala pang mga
ma'am, sorry po, medyo nagiging stable po yung connection. Ma'am, ano po ulit yung tanong? Kung mix po ito ng
again?
Blue Boys and
yung organic, mga organic security. Do you know the difference between the blue and the organic? Miss Rose Ann? Nawawala talaga siya. Miss Rose Ann?
Pwede po natin sigurong kunin yung ating ibang member para po sagutin po yung
question
ni Ma'am Isip.
Miss Sir Lester. Lester, malinaw ba ang iyong Miss Jenica, Miss Crisel? Sino ang may malinaw na audio?
Hello?
Ayan, so si Lester po. So go ahead,
Sir Lester. Oo, yung bang mga respondents natin ay mix ng organic at Blue Guard?
Nung ginawa po kasi namin yung survey po, mix po ata siya. Kasi po, yung isa po naming member na hindi po siya nakasama ngayon kasi nagkaroon po siya ng problem. Siya po kasi nag-conduct ng survey dun sa main po. And then yung sa iba pong campus kami po, which is yung sa white po na colored po ng uniform.
Oo, yung mga blue. Oo, yun yung mga blue. So, ibig sabihin, random ito, no? Random survey. So, ibig sabihin niya, sinabi niyong ibang campus? Or nandyan lang kayo sa main? Dyan lang, sa Santa Mesa, sa main, sa College of Communication, sa Engineering, at sa ITech, yan lang ba? Or pumunta pa kayo ng ibang mga branches and campuses?
Sa Santa Mesa lang po, dito lang po sa may sa main.
Yun, oo. Sabi ko, talagang sasabitan ko na kayo ng medalya kasi ang lalayo ng mga branch and campuses natin, no? Okay, so ito yung along Santa Mesa lang. Yun na nga, and sabi ko nga, in good hands naman sila, and I think may mga selection process, no? Tayo na sinusunod ng PUP before na tayo mag-accept ng mga security guard, or kung hindi man, may mga trainings naman tayo. And ngayon nga, sunod-sunod yung ating mga trainings, no, regarding dito sa crisis management. So, siguro dependable naman yung ating mga security guard at qualified and may mga awareness to different crisis management, and hindi lang awareness but sila, no, regarding this crisis management based on doon sa survey ng ating mga estudyante. Okay, so yun lang mga anak, congratulations sa inyo. Ma'am Seni, magandang no? Medyo ano ba yung eye care? Sinama lang ba ito sa title?
Ma'am, hindi rin po namin sure kasi ang title lang po namin is Crisis Management Techniques.
Management.
Yes po. Nagulatan
Pwede
po.
na din. Yeah.
Opo.
Oo, kasi magandang study rin to, Ma'am Bonaob, kasi parang parang bibihira lang ito na binibigyan natin ng pansin, no, yung mga capability, yung mga kapasidad, no, ng ating mga security personnel, wherein sila yung mga frontliners natin ngayon. Sila kasi yung mga nasa harapan na nasa front guard. Kaya mga frontliners natin sila kung tawagin. Magandang study to, di ba, Ma'am Bonaobra?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, so we would like to recommend, of course, our FRs or DPI for the recommendations po ng ating reactor for this matter.
Oo, ayun lang, alisin lang siguro talaga yung eye care. No, kasi hindi ko yung hindi ko lang alam kung sabi nga ni Miss Jenica, yung kaugnayan ng eye care doon sa.
Bali ma'am, hindi nga din po namin sure kung bakit nagkaroon po ng ganun. Pero wala po sa title po namin.
Okay, sige po. So,
okay.
Siguro baka nagkaroon ng
Opo. Nagkaroon na po siguro ng misunderstanding sa title.
Okay.
Wala na. Yan na po. Wala na.
Yes.
Thank you po.
Okay.
Thank you. So, may tanong pa po ba ang ating si ma'am? Para po sa ating pinaka number 6 po ay 7 or rather 6 na presenter po.
Last na.
Opo, last na po. So, konting-konti na lang po at i-remind ko lamang po para po sa ating lahat na ang ating pong LOMT ay meron po kayong exit evaluation for this activity po sa morning, and then in the etong afternoon po, meron din po tayong attendance and then exit evaluation. So, stay put lang po yung ating ICT tsaka po ang iba pong nandito. Now, to proceed, let us have the last presenter, group number 7. Okay, so tinatawagan ko po ang attention po ng ating mga presenter sa number 7 po. So, umpisan po natin kay Ma'am Isip po para po sa ating last presenter. Baka po, mayroon po ba kayong po Ma'am? Last presenter? So,
okay, magandang hapon. Nakamute ako kanina. Okay, unang tanong siguro, bakit napili natin ang mga sophomores, LOMT?
Good afternoon po.
Yes, so sino yung inyong speaker of si Princess? Miss Princess, ikaw ba yan?
Apo, ma'am.
Okay. Ba't napili natin ang mga sophomore students?
Kasi po ma'am, nung ginagawa po namin tong research, siguro po yung parang mas, since nung ginagawa po namin to may pasok, so mas applicable po sa amin na yung yung mga ka-oras po namin yung yung mga kabatch po namin yung isi-survey po namin, sila po yung respondents namin kasi ang hirap po i-meet po ng ibang course since yung oras po namin dati nung face-to-face pa po is panggabi po kami.
Yes. Okay na yon, tama naman yon kasi syempre diskarte na natin yun. Ano lang, na-curious lang ako, baka kako may something special dito sa mga sophomores, no? Pero okay lang naman. All right. Siguro pa-present na lang nak yung ating recommendations siguro. Findings.
Paki-share po ang findings.
Okay na po.
Yes. Findings na lang, oo.
Ayan po.
Ayun. So, grabe yung nito ha, yung statistics ha. Hindi ako nakasunod doon, Ma'am Bonaobra, sa statistics na to. Dami nila. Yung sa statistics talagang sila yung pinakita nila yung kanina, which is nakakatuwa yung result. Hindi, yung pinaka summary of findings na anak. Summary of
Next
findings.
slide po. Next slide.
Recommendation.
Ay, doon pa. Ito
Sa
po ba,
taas.
yung isa pa yung sa taas pa.
Ayan,
Pabalik.
tingnan mo yung, di ba, yung mga findings nila, oh. So, from mean, dami, no? Findings, anak, findings.
Move forward
Yung
siguro.
na lang po, yung document na lang po namin.
O wala yung summary and findings presentation yata dito, ma'am. More on the results
Summary
and
of the
discussion.
findings.
Opo.
Result? Baka, hindi, natin, masa na.
Baba mo na lang, anak. Yung
Baba mo na lang, sige. Para masundan natin. Baba mo na lang, nak.
Yan.
Ito po.
Yun. Oo. Yung isa pa kasi 58% have knowledge and okay. Okay Sabi ko nga ito yung maganda yung mga findings natin, 'di ba? 58, no? So meaning more than 50% ng ating mga estudyante ay knowledgeable when it comes to financial literacy. Ano ba tong financial literacy natin, yung pagbabudget ng kanilang ng
Yes
baon?
po, ma'am. Yes po.
Yes. Oo, tama. Sige, next pa nak. Ano na yung next slide mo?
Recommendations.
Oo. Nakuha ba natin kung magkano yung average na baon ng mga bata?
Ma'am, unfortunately po, hindi po namin kasi nag-pandemic na nga po.
Wala dun sa part ng questionnaire ninyo. Ano ba to? Quanti, no?
Yes,
Quanti.
Quanti, tama. Kasi marami siyang So, hindi nakalagay kung yung bracket, kung magkano yung baon ng ating...
Yes, ma'am, hindi na rin po namin nilagay, ma'am, since hindi na po siya kasama sa scope po namin. Kasi yung pinaka-focus po namin is their financial knowledge and not their actual finance.
Yes, so, anong binasihan natin? Doon na 58% yung kanilang financial literacy.
We provided a financial literacy test, which is there is a question po asking them about some scenarios about how they handle their money po. Something like that po.
So itong mga estimation na suppose you have 100 pesos. Oo. Okay. Okay. So, anong ginamit ninyong survey question? So, may standard or standardized itong ginamit ninyo, ano?
Yes po, ma'am.
Oo, kasi sa financial literacy. Factors influencing purchasing. Okay. So, it's more on the, na lang ito, puro mga estimation and perception kasi wala naman pala sa actual na baon ng ating mga sophomore, no? Yung kanilang mga ano. But anyway, near to reality naman yung kanilang mga sagot, no? Parang suppose you have 100 pesos.
Yes po.
Yung mga, oo. Okay na ako doon sa ano ninyo, mga anak. Anong conclusion nga natin? Pasensya na, wala kasi akong kopya ng inyong study. Ayun. Okay, syempre, siguro karamihan itong kumakain na to sa Buffalo, no? Kasi affordable, no? Yung mga, ano pa yung conclusions natin?
Actually, ma'am, isa lang po yata.
Isa lang. Yung conclusion natin, isa lang. Pero marami tayong questions, ano? Di siguro yung mga susunod na lang siguro ng mga study. Oo nga, isa lang ang conclusion. Siguro hindi na lang naisama nila lahat yung conclusion. Kasi madami kayong mga variables na sinama. Tapos yung mga SOP ninyo. No? Pero of course, hindi naman kailangan 1:1. So, importante na generalize, no? Yung conclusions. Most of the respondents perceive that good quality and affordable one is the most influential factor that affect the factors. Ayun, factors influencing purchasing problem. O sige po, wala na po akong tanong. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat po, ma'am.
Thank you po, ma'am. Sige.
Okay po. So, let's proceed po kay Ma'am Nati po para po sa huling tanong po dito sa ating huling presenter po.
Wala na dyan.
Gutom na si Ma'am Nati.
Walang pag-grab ba?
Hindi. Nakius lang ako kasi sinabi nila kanina. Tanong ni Ma'am Len na kung ready-made yung questionnaire nila. Pero dito sa research instrument nila nakalagay, research-made questionnaire. So, yung mga questionnaire nyo ba kayong gumawa o meron na kayong pinagtunan talaga standard questionnaire when it comes to financial literacy?
No, ma'am. Bali, we search po, ma'am, kung ano po yung tama pong ilagay na question to know their financial knowledge po. Bali, naganap po kami ng talagang financial literacy test for them. Bali, may basis po siya.
So, hindi siya research-made questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am. Parang paraphrase lang po siya. Parang doon po kami naglagay po ng, parang adapted siya, ma'am.
Guide, parang guide.
Yes po, guidelines po namin. Para po sure po na papasok po doon yung financial literacy test na hindi lang po based on our own opinions yung pwede po namin itanong.
So dapat, so sa instrument niyo, it should not be research-made questionnaire. So dapat it's based on the standard.
Okay po.
Selected standard. Kasi hindi rin ako na ganun. Pero yun nga, yung result nyo, kung titignan din based dun sa conclusion and recommendation nyo, yung sa findings, tama si Ma'am Len naman na nandun na yung mga percentage na as student, as diploma student na one sem lang yung research, talagang pinag-aralan nyo na or kumbaga well-deserved kayo sa clap or
thank you po.
Sa mga research nyo yan. Then yung nga nakita ko rin yung mga sa statistic, yung percentage, then yung then sa ano results na pati. Na ano lang ako, hindi wala pala. So na hypothesis sa tama naman yung recommendation so far. So wala naman na. Yun nga lang sa conclusion, siguro mas maganda kung meron. Kasi marami nga kayong pinakitang data so dapat meron mas madagdagan pa yung conclusion. Pero ginawa niyo naman general, so okay lang yun. So far.
Okay po. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Wala na. Okay na, Ma'am Seni.
Maraming salamat po sa inyo pong partisipasyon sa ating morning session. Alam ko po na lahat po ng ating mga ang ating mga reactors at ang ating mga presenter po ng LOMT ay at ang kanilang mga kaguruan, ang ating mga kaguruan ay mga nagugutom na pero nandyan pa rin sila at nakaupo. Okay, so thank you very much for having attended our research symposium ng LOMP po, Ma'am Jope. So let's proceed po.
We may now call on our chairperson to award these certificates for our reactors, Ma'am Josephine de la Isla.
Si Din po dito, si Ma'am
Opo. Yes po. Okay.
Si Din na po.
So we would like to ask our Dean, Engineer Ramiro Cruz, to read the citation for the awarding of certificates to Professor Marlene Isip po. Sir?
Yes, good afternoon po. So let me read the citations. Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Institute of Technology. The certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Professor Marilyn F. Isip in recognition of her valuable contribution as reactor during the research symposium with the theme Collaborative Research and Design for Innovation Towards a Better Normal, held on July 2 and 3, 2021 in a virtual conference. This certificate is given this 3rd day of July 2021, signed by yours truly, the Dean of the Institute of Technology, and Dr. Ana Ruby Pigapasin, the Vice President for Research, Extension, and Development. Maraming salamat po, Prof. Isip.
Okay po.
Yes, sir. Thank you po. Thank you. Thank you sa inyo. Thank you sa ITech. Thank you sa mga kumari ko. Mga mahal ko yan.
Maraming salamat po. Okay po. So, to continue po, for our second reactor, may I call on our chairperson, Professor Josephine de la Isla.
Again po, magandang hapon po uli. So please allow me to read this certificate. Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Institute of Technology. The certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Prof. Natividad Esparas in recognition of her valuable contribution as reactor during the research symposium with the theme Collaborative Research and Design for Innovation Towards a Better Normal, held on July 2 and 3, 2021 in a virtual conference. So this certificate is given this 3rd day of July 2021, signed Engineer Ramiro M. Cruz, Dean, and Dr. Ana Ruby Pigapasin, Vice President for Research Extension, Planning, and Development. So maraming pong salamat sa inyo.
Okay po. So thank you very much po to our reactors, Ma'am Isip, at saka po kay Ma'am Nati po or Ma'am Esparas. Now, we would like everybody to open their camera po. Ask everybody po to open your cam para po sa ating photo opportunity po. Okay po, Ma'am Isip. Bye-bye. Pasensya na po kayo at dyan lang po kami
nagpakita si Gina Lim.
Webinar po. Opo, ayan. So,
Gusto
nandito
ko na
po
sumali
yung...
kanina.
Na-miss kita, Gina Lim.
I-miss you. Tita Len.
Andyan po yung mga tech beauties. Nahalata po na matatanda na po talaga sila.
Sana yung sana humalakak ng malakas si Ma'am
Oo
Isip.
nga eh. Ayan po. So, inaanyayahan po ang lahat na mag-open po ng cam para po sa isang photo opportunity. So, technical team, pakikuha po ang ating picture at bigyan po ng cue ang ating pong mga nasa loob po. Thank you po.
Open yung cam.
May 4 panels.
Na-miss kita,
Ready
taba.
na po.
Bye.
1, 2, 3, smile.
Mag-coffee tayo.
Halika. Go.
Jean, sa ang bukid yan,
3
Jean.
in 1.
Jean, guys, sa ang bukid yan.
Smile.
Bukid ng tagiliran.
Third panel po.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, smile.
Lalagot tayo, nagtatawanan tayo. Si Dean Cruz, nagagalit sa atin.